snow fell cold on a bitter night. John was gone for the morning light. They blame Karen, but it don't sit right. Too many secrets hid from sight. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town.
It's Friday, Friday, Friday. Ooh, it's Friday, Friday, Friday. Yeah. Welcome, everyone, to the first Friday in Bevland. Because it's Bevland, no one works till afternoon. Because it's Friday, it's White Claws, it's the Cape. We will have half a day today, and just to make it even less worky work, Bev said, hey kids, road trip, bring your note from your parents, bring sensible shoes, we are going to go on a road trip. But that doesn't mean that me and the two entertaining parts of the company won't be entertaining you as much as we can. Valhalla will be doing an interpretive dance of how to shatter a tail light. He will do it through the medium of interpretive dance, but in a blacked out studio. It's something you need to see because people have said it's unique.
It's definitely unique. It's something that everybody should see at least once in their life. If I'm being honest, it's life-changing, y'all. It's life-changing.
I heard Mel Gibson was looking at the Passion of the Christ to more passion, and thinking, should I do that movie where our Lord and Savior kicks open the grave, M16 in one hand, M42 says, let's get to the temple, y'all? Or should I do 45 minutes of interpretive dance in the dark with Valhalla? Valhalla will be starring in a movie next year by Mel Gibson. It will be R-rated because we all know how he sees certain people from the Middle East. And Mel Gibson doesn't like them too.
Well, Mel's got his issues. Let's just leave it at that, all right?
Well, it's not like Baldwin calling his daughter and
what do you call her? Disgusting little pig or something?
No, saying, wasn't he the one who called his daughter and said, I hope you get raped by black people?
Oh, Jesus.
I think that's Mel Gibson. Not Mel Gibson, Alec Baldwin. Hey.
Could have been.
That's not part of our show today. No grapes other than the ones on my picture over here. But when the court breaks and goes on their hike, we will be looking at timeline versus Brennan, because I went back and clipped out the timeline part of his opening statements because it didn't add up. And then I found out Brandy had done exactly the same, so I could just have stolen all of her work. But Brandy is
nice.
I would say Brandy and Sleuthie is probably the two best documentary queens out there, even though both Marissa and Jamie will not Jamie. Jamie doesn't do work. Marissa and Jemima will now beat me into the endings of my life.
What happened to Jamie? Where'd she go? She fell off. What's going on with Jamie?
You know, when you get a little big in your britches as a YouTuber, and she went on that trip to Denmark. I'm not saying something happened, but
international travel will do that to you.
Yeah, it happened to more than one YouTuber before her. She's probably still confused at why is there so many links? And she's pressing the first one. Why is no one here?
It worked yesterday. What the hell?
But good morning, y'all. And hopefully you are a little more ready for work on a Friday than Bev is, because she don't work no Fridays.
I'm here. Whoa, hi. Hey, Jamie. I didn't think you were awake yet. My bad. I apologize. Don't hurt me.
Show Life is having a great day. Yeah, Marissa's. It's valid. A little lazy. Yeah.
Whatever.
And we will also be looking at, if we have time, which I think we have, there was a ruling in the Falazzo case that we covered 2 months back, I think we did. He was the guy who was very, very, very dangerously attacked by a Yankee Candle and had to protect himself against. He had found a young women, and attacked him with a Yankee Candle. So he had to pew her twice in the face, I believe it was, and then stabulate her quite a few times and put her in 6 different bags. Because women
was
beat
it self-defense? Is that what
he self-defended
okay,
her
that makes
a couple
sense.
of
That
times.
checks out. Yeah.
And he got his sentence yesterday. I was surprised it wasn't found as clear self-defense, because he was the guy who went to Florida and met up with another guy who told him how to run a cult, a Smex cult. Talk to your woman an hour every morning and let her frolic. And then you can set up tax-exempt religions in the afternoon.
Oh, is that how that makes sense? Yeah.
All of it made sense. But again,
little
women
Joe
don't
Exotic
get it.
action going on.
He might also have been quite the philanderer and banging chicks that he was tattooing.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, how else are you going to start a Smex cult without the Smex?
Yeah. And he was 45 years and she was 22. It's a great mixture.
Yikes. I mean, if you're going to go for it, you might as well go for it, right?
Yeah. Frolicking sounds fun. Apparently, it's what women need. Frolicking on the beach. No, you don't do morning prayers. You sit an hour every morning and let all your female cult members talk about their problems. Because, again, apparently women has a lot of them. And when you have a cult, you're a good cult leader. If you let them do the carry for an hour. Yeah, sure. Yeah. They're quite the talker, right? Yeah. That's, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I got a bone to pick with you, sir.
About what,
Yesterday, you falsely claimed that you have never been invited back to Lego. Simply not true. This is a misstatement of fact. You were invited back to Lego for the season finale. You just chose to not attend.
I was invited back in this first. No, because you had me and Expert on a dual invite. And
Early.
tying down the expert, you can just don't send an invite then.
No. We were trying to get you on for the one with Nick Staroff and Steph the Alter Nerd, and I don't remember who else was on it now because I'm a jerk.
Did you remember to send me the invite?
Yeah. You had something better to do that day. You said you had to do something else.
I was walking my rock collection. I remember it vividly.
I'm just saying. You made false accusations yesterday. I didn't like it.
I didn't make false accusations. Every time we end a stream, me and Jamie sit down, and then Jemima comes in with a legal pad, and we make a timeline. And we say, what happened during the stream? Well, you told this joke. Was it working? I wasn't laughing. Jamie will say, and I'll say, you never do, Jamie. And then Jemima will say, well, one in chat said, lol. Was it Zach? Yes. Okay. Never going to tell that joke again. What's the next thing that happened? And that's how we do it on this channel. We make a lot of timelines because timelines are important.
Especially when you're yeah. Well, especially when you're, trying to remember the events of a murder, we'll call it. You got to sit with your friend Jen McCabe and write out exactly what you believe happened.
You all should see about collabing with Good Logic. You know him. I don't think I've ever met him.
Really? Joe's awesome. Joe's good.
No, I don't. But he always streams really, really late because he starts.
Yeah, for you.
No, but sometimes when I do my morning show, he starts his evening show when I'm done. So he starts like midnight or something like that.
I think it's 11 p.m. Eastern, midnight, something like that.
Hey, Katie, we missed him as well. I think back in the day, he used to start when just before Nick, and then ended at 11, and then
roughly,
yeah, and then I think he kind of got into starting after Nick or something like that because I remember watching him at the gym.
Well, I don't know if you remember this or not, but Nick kind of stopped streaming for a long time.
Yeah, I heard him and Jamie got into some stuff.
Yeah,
together.
It was something weird. I don't know. They were hanging out, and I didn't ask questions.
Steven, it's good to see that again today you haven't lied to a grand jury.
Outstanding.
I wish I could say the same, but yeah.
Hey, you know what, grand jury? If you don't want me to lie to you, don't bring me.
Don't ask questions you don't want answers.
Exactly.
To. Exactly. You're not going to get them, but I'm going to make something up.
Brennan told me to.
Yeah. Well, I was just about to tell you, but I misunderstood your question. When you said heard, I thought you said...
When you asked me what I heard, I thought you meant what I was supposed to hear. And that's what I answered truthfully too.
If everyone isn't telling the same story without the same times, then people might think you're lying. Exactly. That's why you do the timelines, to make sure everything is okay.
Got to match them all up. Got to match up all the stories.
You stream with Joe, and the jokes will always be my favorite.
Me and Joe have fun. We have fun. He's a good sport. He's fun. I like him a lot.
Thank you, Connie Marie. Yeah, I was actually I was talking a little bit to Nick about, because he doesn't know this trial as we do, just to get some hot takes, and I think he sees much of it the same way as we do. Of course, we are a little more Brennan, but I think he has to see. I haven't gone. I saw bits of pieces of it. He was very disappointed they didn't argue harder against the admission of guilt videos, because they can now bring it up in closing. But I said that yesterday too, I think.
I was wondering about that a little bit last night. So I know that they allowed all these clips in, right? They haven't objected to most of them. I wonder if at some point they're going to move to put the entire documentary in, like under the rule of completion kind of thing. And I wonder if that's the goal. Like, well, if you're going to show all these little clips, you might as well see the whole thing in context and get the whole video in, because that would make sense, right?
It would, or at least make a collage about the drinking The only thing I've seen, and I've seen people are not agreeing with me in the comments under my recap video, which is fine. This is not a safe space. You don't have to agree with me or Valhalla. You have to agree with Jamie, but the rest of us is fine. She has certain ways. And Amara DeJane, that's a fancy name, has a hot take. I don't think those clips are the flex the Commonwealth thinks they are. The only thing I didn't like yesterday was she admits to drinking. The jury, we know from the first trial, was hung up on her drinking. And then people will say, well, everyone's drunk. Everyone is not on trial.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Somebody else was saying the other day, last night, I think that, this is a way to kind of help her, though. It's her story in there without her being able to get cross-examined. I thought that might be interesting, but I don't know how great her story again, comes out then.
It can also be clipped. And Portugal is in the house.
You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting. The host would like you to unmute.
Well, here we go, y'all.
You are unmuted.
She's going to come and give them a direction, and then we're going to go on a field trip. And I think there was the doctor who did the examination we will have later today.
For the record, before the court is Kamal versus Karen Reed, 22.
Yeah, I know she said that, but I'm just not sure that's what the jury heard. My problem would be I was drinking. That testimony alone is an admittance of guilt, and then because we know how jury works, they will just blow it up and say she admitted everything because they're dumb. Talking about not being dumb. Hey, Mo.
Hello.
Hey, Mo.
How we get a field trip today, right? So does Auntie Bev bring the White Claws, or because
no? That's why you have
it illegal to drive sober in Canton?
It might be at this point.
They will have Paulo Balls drive the van because he has a functional BAC right now.
Doubt it.
No, he is a good boy, I'm sure.
Parties are present, the jury is not
His mom
present,
likes him now. Well,
thank you. So good morning. I heard the council wanted to see me about something.
Yes,
all right, why don't you come on over to sidebar?
Sidebar with Bev.
Sidebar.
There's nobody
Paul
there.
and his mom is sitting together today. What?
Well, there's nobody there.
No, they're going on a field trip. So why is this blonde girl leaning up against the...
Well, they're friends.
Oh, she's leaning up against... I thought that was weird, but she's leaning against the railing over here.
She's like climbed onto her back.
Yeah, I thought she was like leaning up against the thing. That's weird. Why do you stand like that?
You guys are a little too familiar.
Yeah. Looks like she's... Oh, you're my bestie.
Yeah, so... when I was coming in, you guys were talking about the interview, and I really think that was that is not a good look. The more I thought about it last night, just the amount of drink she said, again, someone who doesn't drink like Karen does or doesn't drink a lot, 9 shots, we're incapacitated. So if you have a couple jurors on the jury who are like me, who might not do that, might not have the, legal experience or any sort of experience that says, hey, just because they proved she was drinking and driving, that's not one of the charges. If that's not made really, really clear, I think they're just going to say she admitted to drinking. So that's what I do worry about.
Yeah, the other thing a lot of people said yesterday, Yannetti is way too mean to the witness. But kind of like the drinking, we also need to take into consideration, this is Massachusetts. Saying F is like saying bless you in the South. And drinking, I have 2 much from there. Well, I have 3 because Brandon is in New Jersey. That's up there as well. And I pay them in gift vouchers for the nearest liquor store because as Marissa wrote me, I'll take your wrench, but you give me the vodka. And I thought, that's a weird statement. And then I found out it's Magnum bottles. It's not just a bottle. It's Magnum bottles.
But I also think that we are someone made a good point in chat that we're also, at the very start of a very long trial. So will these videos still be as impactful at the end? I'm guessing Hankey's going to use them in closing statement, but is there going to be so much more put on by the defense and everything else that these statements are sort of negated? I don't know. We shall have to see.
Yeah, and I won't point out, but Marissa, see, I don't recall. It is a problem they have up there. That's why they make timelines in New England, because hey, you remember what we did yesterday? Yeah, I did that big guy at the toilet. That's no. Where did we go? I have to tell my husband when he gets home. Oh, we went to the waterfall. It's kind of like you know that joke when a girlfriend calls her boyfriend's friends while he's sitting next to them and say, "Hey, have you seen Matt? Yeah, he's been here all night." It's
Yeah, he's in the
thing
shower. I'll have him call you as soon as he gets out.
Yeah, and then that's the same they do in Canton, because everyone's out trying to get a little piping down, if you know what I mean, calling a plumber. Nope, we have time to fill today. Wendy Murphy, my trusted legal advisor, and
What did she say? I always feel so smart when I listen to her.
well,
She's a trip, man.
we are going to get to. We have time to. Mo, this is called a teaser. We want people to stick around when there's nothing. So,
Sorry.
we'll see that later. While they are on the field trip. If
Yeah,
that ever
Mo,
starts sometime,
quit trying
I
to
may have a
spoil
stroke.
things.
I'm not as professional as both of you. I am working diligently. I'm
That's
watching
me.
all of Wendy
The epitome
Murphy
of
and Clevin.
professionalism.
Who's Jojo Siva?
She's a little pop star. She was like a Disney kid.
Is she a singer or a dancer?
She claims she's a singer, but I've yet to
Or a
see her
lesbian?
sing.
Not that I care, but did she go out with Mickey Rourke? I am so confused by this timeline.
Didn't Mickey Rourke just die?
No, he just looks dead.
True.
How long do you think the field trip would take? I think it took about 90 minutes the last time, but I could be wrong and mix it up with another field trip. I think 90 minutes.
Now, are they going to Fairview on this viewing, or are they going to see the car? What exactly are we viewing?
We are going, I believe we're going to the waterfall bar. We're just going to do a drive-by. Not the good old 90s style, but just, and I think they might be going to John's house. I think they talked about it, but I'm not 100% sure. And then they will go to the Fairview where the car will be parked. Remember, Brennan said, I don't think it's a good idea that the car is parked out front because I don't want that. And when then the defense said, we want the car there. Well, I'll object to that. And then when she said, yeah, the car will be there. Yeah, I was just trying to think about the defense to protect her. So they will go there with the car and look at it. Remember, they peeled off the entire housing of the tail light. So that will also look very weird.
I wonder if they're going to have instructions.
I think, yeah, they should have a person be on the lawn and say, no, AJ should just walk over, trip over the curb and lay there and said, oh, this is where John would have been. No one would have seen this. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hey, Farley.
Hey, Farrell.
Hello.
Dedham Superior Court to 34 Fairview's 18-minute drive each way. Yeah, so that's half an hour and then half an hour, 45 minutes at the scene, a cigarette break. So 90 minutes is probably around it. Proctor's text. Haven't gotten to them yet. I think we will get to today. We'll get to the guy who extrapolated, or at least did the blood draw. I think they talked about that yesterday. That he
Yeah,
would
I
have
think
an expert witness.
yeah, the blood serum or something.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jemima.
Your stupid cape thing.
Yeah, what's it with elderly women and a poncho?
That woman drives me nuts. I had to unfollow her yesterday. I just can't. I can't with her stupid takes anymore. All right. She had another post about how Carrie Roberts didn't commit perjury, and I was like, I can't.
Gosh.
You're just too dumb. You're just too dumb.
She clearly answered the questions. What did you hear at the nail salon 2 towns over?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
how everyone who was asked the questions. What did you hear? Oh, he means when I was at Walmart yesterday. That's what everyone in a courtroom, in a line of questions that's only pertaining to that morning. It must have been what someone else told me, not what I heard. Who's that? That is Jennifer Caffey Daffy. Some say she is the greatest federal agent in the history of federalism. Other people
No.
say
She says that. Only her. She's the one that claims that. Nobody else. Nobody else has ever said she was a good
After
federal
single-handedly, catching all the bad guys that every Fed has ever caught, doing all of that and totally not being, looking goofy in her tactical gear. She single-handedly brought down Noriega and Pontius Pilate and Gumby, the evil
You know
one.
what I don't do? I don't post myself in full battle rattle every time that I want to make a post. Like every single time.
it's
She's
the only
got that
picture
one
she
picture.
has of herself. It's
one picture.
I also only have one picture when I'm back from when I was skinny. That's the only picture I have on my Tinder profile. Are they doing the view this AM or the afternoon? Amara, it's Friday.
We don't
Ooh.
work afternoons on Friday in Bev's court, y'all. That's
Yeah.
not a thing. Stop it.
That's not something we do in Canton. Bev,
No.
Bev will go as maybe 12:15, and then it's an IV with White Claw, and Jim can drive her to the Cape. Nope, won't behave.
Nah, you can't make me.
I make no promises. Although I am excited because we get a half day, so I get to work on my Hank puppet, which, as a semi, profitable hobby / career, I get to go play and make a puppet. I mean, my life is complete. Like, I don't care how stupid this case gets. I, as an adult, am, on my schedule, on my agenda, have make sock puppet. I mean, who other than Sherry Andrews can say that?
Lamb chop? Did you just make a lamb
Yeah.
chop reference? That a girl?
Can you imagine Mo and Hanky? Mo and
that's
Hanky.
funny.
Well,
There's
will
a
the
Yankee
field trip
joke in
even
there
start?
probably
Because
will.
she called a sidebar, and she was supposed to give them an instruction. Haven't done that yet. So
Well, didn't they have until right before, like Bev always schedules, to actually hammer out who was going to be on the bus, who was
no,
going to be,
they were supposed to turn that in last week or something. They send it to me by the end of the day, will you, Miss Little? She asked Miss Little. Miss Little is her go-to when she needs stuff done because she likes Miss Little. And Sherry, we
all fairness,
appreciate
You
you
are
as well.
unmuted.
In all fairness, Miss Little is pretty good at getting stuff done.
Why don't Council calm down?
She's kind of amazing that way.
Back to sidebar.
What? What just happened? Ugh.
And this is Gretchen Voss, apparently, the one who did the interviews.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who this is. She looks. She
She's
doesn't
sitting
look
on
like
the wrong
family
side of
because
it.
she's on the other side of the rope. Maybe she's just someone
Yeah.
who works. She looks like a college student who might be
I hope it's not a
following
juror.
along.
That'd be dumb.
Can we get some info from court? Massachusetts. I know I'm weirdly unhairy, but I still, at an age of 27, have a pretty okay hairline. Why is no one else having hair in Massachusetts? And why are all of them look like douche canoes?
Well,
Well,
the only
He's
person
wearing blue today. Scratchy scratch.
Mhm.
Hey, it's half a day. You can make 2 glazed donuts in half a day. Thank you,
Gross.
Psychology of 9.
Gross, Baker.
Why? And I see a lot of people are saying, well, everyone was drinking that night and Brian Higgins was drunk. Doesn't matter. None of them are being charged with a crime. You can't use it as a defense saying, yeah, I did an OUI, but so did everyone else along the road. It's the old Ron White joke. They were profiling. They stopped everyone going down that sidewalk. It's not an excuse. It's not okay to unalive someone because someone next to you did it as well. So everyone could have been coked out of their mind, drinking, riding past cop cars, double fisting. Doesn't matter. The only one charged in this case is Karen Reed, and it's not a defense that everyone else did it. And they can't even mention it because it's just not an argument.
now are I guess the people in the court allowed to follow them, or I'm guessing there would be protocol against. I didn't think so, but I wanted to ask because I figured maybe if I had the dumb
but there will
questions,
still
someone
be
else.
the 200-yard anti-First Amendment speech. I actually think they ordered that the road had to be closed. Was it 15 minutes before they arrived or something like that? And Mo, can you explain the glazed donuts reference?
As I was totally paying attention in the last trial.
Well, it's not from the last trial. It's roughly a month ago.
Trial.
It has to do with Paulo Balls.
Paulo Balls apparently started some flirtatious texts with a young lady during the trial and was talking about glazing her donuts. And then it turned out that lady gave all of the text messages to Turtle Boy, and Turtle Boy shared them with the world. So the entire world found out that Paulo Ball, during his testimony last trial, was drunk and that he was wearing a blue shirt for this girl and scratched his chin for this girl to signal that he was thinking about her during his testimony.
His poor wife.
There were some unfortunate photographs of him in a bathroom mirror as well.
Ew, like bad, like Geraldo in his selfie pics, or worse? Because
well, there was only one item of clothing involved in those selfie pics. I don't really know Geraldo's selfie pics.
Oh my God, was he doing the little like dish towel hang thing, like that little trick,
he
like
had the
balance the
great pants
newspaper?
on he has on now, and then did the.
You know, when the young girl walks by in the pool, how your belly gets all sucked in? That one? That pose? Yeah, that one.
Well, we have to do it for like Jamie when the UPS driver drives up to her house and delivers packages.
Don't try the cellophane thing.
Oh,
he is wearing blue today. Yeah.
He's wore blue like 3 out of 4 days that I've seen him in the audience. 75% of the time he's wearing blue.
Yes, please.
Boobs out, ladies.
Okay.
All right.
Snap and bend. Isn't that how we do it?
It's bend and snap.
Bend and snap, sorry. No, I saw Aiden file a motion to had his access to court done like the last time. I didn't read it. I'm sorry, so I'm not 100% sure what it was.
If I remember right, they said he couldn't be there when certain people were testifying, but that was as far as it went.
Yeah, but then I think he wanted it amended to the same people as last time because there was more people on the list this time or something like that.
Yeah.
Bend and snap. Mo, as a blessed woman, would you need 75-pound lady to tell you that it works to
Oh, no, the rack of justice. It's like it's accepted in all places. It's better than Visa. American Express, don't bother. Rack of justice opens a lot of doors.
It's just that Ellie would have to tell her nail salon working friend to let the titlets out. I'm pretty sure that's common knowledge when you're boo-blessed.
Boo-blessed.
I would probably get my back stuck and hit the table
and we'd be trying to render aid, but we don't know what 911 is in Denmark, so we'd be calling like 911 in Tennessee.
Is it 999?
9. It's 112. 114 if it's not an emergency.
Who's 999? Isn't that somebody's 911?
All persons having anything to do before the
I know why she's telling her, but I'm just saying if you're boo-blessed, you didn't need that instruction.
Father County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Yeah, we will have the instruction about the field trip, then we'll go on the field trip, and I think we'll get one expert witness after who has something to do with the blood test extrapolation. But I'm not one. I just think that what Hanky Panky talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
The record before the court is Cumwell versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18
Thank you,
jurors are
Shizzy
present. The
Raiders,
matter
for
is on
rating
for trial.
Mo.
Thank you very much,
Heck
Madam
yeah.
Clerk. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. When we leave you out there, we're very much aware that we're leaving you in another room waiting, but we were working this morning to help streamline things and we were successful. So we do appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
UK. I thought it was the UK.
Everyone nodded affirmatively or said yes. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from?
It's Jim who's driving the car, and he just have to get his BAC level high enough that he can blow into that little tube so the engine will start. With him, it won't start under 0.1.
So the entirety of Massachusetts is basically like Bender from Futurama. He needs alcohol in order to function.
Have you ever been to Massachusetts? I would need to be drunk to live there too. I haven't either, but it was a joke. I'm going with it.
Independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did any of you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Thank you.
Yeah, I read a headline that said Karen's innocent.
Folks, as you know, this morning we are going on a view. And a view is simply, we're going to a place that you've heard about, and that you will continue to hear about during the course of the trial. The purpose of the view is to help you better understand the evidence, which you'll hear during the course of the trial, and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. So the view that we're going on is part of the case, and it means that the observations that you make there can be used and considered by you in your deliberations on this case in reaching a verdict. So we're going to, you've heard 34 Fairview Road in Canton. The lawyers and I will accompany you. For the Commonwealth will be accompanied by Attorney Brennan, and ADA Lally, ADA Schillinger, and for the defense, Attorney Yannetti and Attorney Little.
Schillinger.
The lawyers will have the opportunity, Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Brennan, have the opportunity to point out various things that they may want you to direct your attention.
I would say this much about Bev. She's good with the jury. We know she's a horrible hack and we hate her because the way she acts when there's no jury, but she is actually quite good with the jury in the room. We know she gives bad instructions and stuff like that, but if I was a juror, I would find, oh, she's very welcoming. She's kind to me. She seems like she has a good grasp on that part. She's a horrible human being when there's not a jury in the room, but that's just yeah.
Too. Otherwise, there's no conversation between the lawyers and the jurors. So it's simply in a few minutes, you'll hear a little bit from each Mr. Brennan and Mr. Yannetti about what they want you to look at. And then when we get there, they'll direct you, look in this direction. They won't be able to testify to you, but they'll direct you in what they want you to look at. While you're in the view, you're not to take any notes. You're not to take any pictures. You're not to conduct any independent investigation at all during the view or any time during the trial. You're not to return to this scene or ask anybody to go back there for you. Today's your chance. You'll see photographs during the course of the trial, I bet, but today's your chance to really look at everything. So the best way to summarize a view is that your job is to simply stop and look. It's really no more complicated than that. So your responsibility is to see the place, observe it carefully, and to remember what you see. Now, during the trip to and from the view, and while at the view, you're not to discuss this case or anything about it with other jurors. Will be accompanied by court officers who will direct you. And the court officers are there for all of us. So you'll be under their supervision until you're returned back here. So that's basically it.
Why can't they take notes on the view? Probably because it's going to be heck and they're going to drive around with someone will forget their notebooks. Have you ever been on a field trip? Johnny never brought his milk box. Jamie always had that crock pot dish in Land O'Lakes. And it smelled funny. That's why they're saying, please don't bring your notebooks.
We'll be leaving in a few minutes, but first, before Madam Clerk swears the court officers in, Mr. Brennan, do you want to make a view opening?
May I?
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
God, I hate him. I just hate him.
Go to 34 Fairview Road. You have some exhibits that are already in evidence. You haven't had a long time to look at them, study them. But essentially, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. I ask you just to pay attention to the street, the front yard of the home. And you'll see to the left side of the front yard in the corner, there'll be a car. It's the Lexus that we've spoken about, the defendant's Lexus. And you'll also see a flagpole and a fire hydrant. And so I'd ask you to take a look from different vantage points. Take a look from that area where the flagpole is, from where the fire hydrant is. And you'll see on the street before the grass is a little firm concrete that comes up a little bit. I'd ask you just to note that when you go there. One thing
That's called a curb, you idiot. And this is my third language.
Suggest is April 25th, 2025, not January 22nd, 2022. So the weather will be very different. The temperature will be different. The conditions will be different. We're going to go there probably at 10 o'clock. It won't be the same visibility. It won't be the same elements and the same weather. So keep that in mind when you're looking around. When you look at the Lexus, there's a couple things I'd ask you to look at. There is some evidence already in photographs of the right rear tail light. But when you look at that tail light, it will be different than the photograph that is in evidence. It has been removed, so it will appear differently, and you'll later hear testimony explaining that process. Also, I'd ask you to make a note on the Lexus about the height of the bumper. I'd ask you to make note of the height of the right rear tail light. And I'd also ask you to take note of, on the top of the hatchback, there is a part that protrudes. I'd ask you to look at that as well.
There's a what on top of a hatchback?
there's
the
a
connection.
protruding part on top of the hatchback. Now, I don't know if he's talking about like the little light that's on the top, or does the window open up on a Lexus? I don't.
No, I think don't they have like that little spoiler?
That's what
I
I
have
was
that on my
thinking.
car. I have like a small spoiler sticking out over the rear view.
Oh yeah.
Or the rear window. It's just a decorative piece. It doesn't make a 1.2 Opel Meriva van go faster. Trust me.
That's
Sammy
exactly
spills the
what.
tea. Valhalla is me. I say that every single time he starts to talk. Yeah, he is a canoe de douche.
He is a terrible human being. Here's what they're talking about. If where did it go? There it is. If you wanted to pull that up real quick.
Yeah, we're not missing. I have to do. It's such an annoying thing.
This little
Oh, okay.
spoiler on the back end.
Yeah,
That makes more
it's-
sense than when he said a hinge, because I'm thinking it's the part that I'm thinking he's meaning a hinge and not a bump out.
Well, he's
No,
not
it is-
exactly the most what's the word I'm looking for here?
eloquent.
Clear when he
Testosterone?
speaks, eloquent works. He lies, Mo. He lies a lot. So you
Oh,
gotta,
While we go back
careful.
and can you find the exact same make and model and get it from the rear? Well, I
I
know
can
you
try.
can do that, but you'll have to wait till I
Giggity.
get to Tennessee. But while we listen to Mr. Doofus.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Ms. Tianetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm just going to take this down if he goes.
What the hell? What was her car? What year was her car? It was the 570L or
2020.
What was it?
As I told you at the
2020?
start of the trial, my name is David Iannetti. I have an office in Boston and in Dedham. And on behalf
Local boy.
of my co-counsel, we will be accompanying you on the view that you will take today.
21?
Although the view is not evidence, I suggest to you that you will find it to be helpful, important, even necessary as you later do your investigation of this case within the four walls of this courtroom.
I think that was
We
the car.
also received into evidence,
No,
some
pretty close.
photos and videos, but there is no substitute for your own two eyes. As we all know, photos and videos sometimes can be misleading in terms of relative distances, depending upon the perspective from which the photo is taken. But your eyes are the best computer that you could bring to the view. When we get to 34 Fairview, we will be pointing out certain things that we'd like you to observe. The house, the second floor window to that house, the three front doors in the front of the house, the driveway, the street, the front lawn, and the flagpole. And we'll be asking you specifically to consider the distance between that second floor front window and the front lawn. The distance between the front doors to the house and that front lawn. The distance between the driveway to the front lawn. And we'll be asking you to take a good look at that Lexus, to stand next to it, to size it up, to take it in. You were all selected as jurors because the parties entrusted that you would do a proper investigation of this case within this courtroom. On behalf of Ms. Reed, we have every confidence that you will do a proper investigation. Thank you.
Good way to say.
All right, jurors, I have to make something very clear. So the purpose of this view is to help you
Holy
better
crap.
to understand the evidence that you'll hear
I put the boost on because they didn't use mics, so.
during the trial, and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view you'll take is part of this case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used and considered by you in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. So at the end of the trial, when I explain to you what is evidence and what is not, I'll remind you that your observations on this view can be used by you in your deliberations. Also, while you're in the view, the same way you're not to take any notes or photographs, you're not to conduct any investigation on this case. You really are simply to stop and look, okay? Those are the instructions. We will see you in a few minutes. All right, thank you. Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk has to swear in the court officers.
You could all raise your right hand, please.
Is she gonna yell at Yannetti for saying that that they should do the real investigation?
Probably.
Yeah.
Mr. Yannetti.
Mr. Yannetti.
Hank is going to say the back of John's head
the
struck
jury
the
can do
spoiler.
that.
How is it possible to strike the back of his head on that spoiler? That's why I wanted it, because it tapers. Do you have the draw on screen option?
No. No.
Must I do everything?
Well, and wasn't he off to the side? So wouldn't he be away from?
Well, so this is the part that's all jacked up, right? And there's a dent like right over here.
Yeah.
And now somehow all of a sudden we're supposed to look at the spoiler because that's the first time it's ever been mentioned ever by anybody.
Okay, so he had his arm up like this. Wouldn't he? Do we have Microdot's video with a little guy like this that can explain to me exactly what the F happened? Because I'm still confused.
Well, it depends at which point during the last trial you ask, because the story evolved and changed several times through the course of the trial.
Damn, my paint. Of course, this is one of those you can't paint on. The story has been the entire time that. Why is it like this today? You have.
Oh, you didn't like my picture. Okay, I see how it is. Whatever, bro.
He likes big backs and he cannot lie.
Yeah, I've seen that picture. That's from last year, Jess. But thank you. It's just a picture of the car outside of that they showed us last year at the viewing. Media is out there taking pictures, but the story is that his left arm struck. So the elbow must have struck here.
His right arm.
Yeah, his right arm. And then his hand with the glass in it, or phone in it, leaves a dent roughly there. And that spins him off to this side. So he ends up over here somewhere. Now he wants you to take a close look at this part that no one have said has any injuries to it. If this is what causes the injuries to the back of his head,
There's no way.
I can probably guarantee without even seeing this car that it has a rounded underside. So if it strikes and blood and material, that would get transferred up under the lip of this car. It's kind of like a sun visor hanging a little bit out, so it will get transferred up under it.
So
that would be material.
Was he leaned over? Because
he was. He wasn't. He wasn't.
Okay, so we've got him holding the wine glass or the cocktail glass in the left hand, correct? The right arm is up. He threw the glass at the car, then hit his arm.
Outstanding, Dave. Outstanding.
You're not all being paid by the defense?
No.
Oh, well, should I declare that so people know I'm very highly biased?
I would if I were you.
No, because
Although nobody else does. Plevin doesn't. Plevin doesn't.
no, doesn't
report
tell
his
he's working with the
earnings.
MSP. It
Coffin
seems like he
Dapper
has a spoiler alert right now. I'm just trying to see
This-
if I can put this. Can I put
So
it into
I don't know for
Canva?
sure. Maybe somebody that has this car or has been near this car could tell me. But usually those spoilers, they're like, that plastic material. They're not hard. They're not. They would crack or break really easily, right? If
Yeah,
you've
I
hit
wouldn't.
something with enough force to break a taillight and dent a metal rear hatch, if that spoiler got hit, I imagine there'd be some damage
Yeah,
to
wouldn't
it.
there be a dent or something? I mean,
Something. The hell?
also, wait.
Go for it, Mo.
None
What
of
you got?
this makes sense.
Nope, sure don't. Sure don't.
Welcome to Karen Reed, Mo. You knew?
Welcome to Canton, Massachusetts, where nothing makes sense, but people are drunk and Karen's going to jail.
Well, yeah. Yeah, if I get told one more time that the state had the best opening in the history of ever, like move over Johnny Cochran, move over, Robbie Shapiro, even, Robbie Kardashian, I still haven't forgiven you yet, sir. Well, he did introduce the Kardashians to us. I mean, we would have never known about them.
Not only did he introduce them, he produced them.
Probably not Caitlyn, though.
No, that was definitely OJ's baby. 100%.
No, Caitlyn's could be Bruce.
Oh, well, that doesn't count. Who's the one that OJ babied? The one that's built like a linebacker? Not Courtney. Chloe, that one.
Oh, I was going to say Carrie. I was like, something with the K, right? The one not married to Kanye. Or that
Not the one
Travis
that's been
Barker
ran through
guy.
by half the NBA. The other one.
Yeah, that doesn't narrow it down much.
It was Chloe. See? I was right. Chat's got my back.
Woohoo!
Like the rehome dog. That's not a coincidence. Courtney was the hot one out of the three. She was the better looking one out of the three. That's the one that's married to Travis Barker now.
Oh, okay. I think I've seen because I always get Travis Barker and that other weird guy that Megan Fox, the thumb, is dating confused.
Machine Gun Kelly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
What a walking douche canoe that one is.
Why won't it?
Yeah. He always seems to be friendly when he has interactions with people.
Well, yeah.
Oh, Baker, no.
Oh, Baker. Oh, well, now I'm not going to get Krispy Kreme today. I can tell you that. Thank you for my diet help. Ma'am, why are you dry heaving in Krispy Kremes? It's diet therapy. Don't worry about it.
Don't you worry about it. Erections with people. KLF. Shame. Shame.
So how do we think the first week is going for the...
I think it's still too early to tell, but
yeah,
I'm still standing by my original statement. I expected more out of Brennan. I thought he was going to be a little better.
I did. Again, with the opening statement that we watched, I wrote notes for and was so disjointed. It was really weird to look at all these articles proclaiming him to having the best opening statement ever since the history of habeas corpus. So
how tall is Alexis?
The stripper from Crazy Horse?
The car we are just talking about.
Oh, Lexus, not Alexis. My bad. I have no idea.
Yeah, that's a look. I
can't do an exact Mundo, and it'll just be. But I'm trying to about 5'4". John was 6'2".
Yes.
So he would have been 6'2". How much is 2 inches on your head, Valhalla? Go down on your forehead. How much 2 inches are?
Like a visual representation?
Yeah, just put a finger. Okay.
Up there.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm pretty sure. Pretty close.
Trying to see the specs of said
Well,
car.
can you have different tires to make it different heights?
You could, I guess.
This is the best I could find in Canva. But I think if we are to believe the story, he's standing with his right hand up, defending against the tail light. I tried to put his head roughly a little bit above the... And again, it's not an accurate representation. This is just fooling around in Photoshop, moving things around. But this doesn't line up with the tail light. Did he have an abnormally... No, because even if his torso... Did he have monkey arms? One of those... you seen that one who gets the grape? They have these weird long...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. The gibbon.
The gibbon,
yeah. But again, if it has to hit his arm, now you have to imagine it being... Maybe I can turn it a little bit. Can I do that?
Wow, look at all those fancy things.
Fancy. Oh, and they have a handy capable one too.
No, I can only do it on the axis. So I can't move it this way, but they want him...
You would expect...
like this with his phone in his hand. No, his phone in his back pocket. We're getting to the timeline in a bit. But why would he take his arm down in this position if he's... Any guy who's in a fight does this. We'll cover our face. We won't go down and do, I hope it doesn't hit my nuts. and to pay precise attention to that small lip, he would have had
Chat
to...
is saying, chat said that the Lexus is 75 inches or 6'3".
Okay, so he should be a little lower. Just around here.
What Brennan's trying to say, I think, is that the spoiler is what caused the black eyes and the gash on his forehead, I guess, above his eye.
Yeah, but then you have the...
Doesn't make any sense.
No, because you have the tapered line on the car. So he would have had to have been...
He would have had to have gotten like smashed all throughout his entire side. His entire torso and legs would have been destroyed.
Yeah, his hip would have had major damage too.
Yeah. That's even dumber than saying he was sideswiped on the side of the road to say this part had anything to do with it.
Well, but I thought that the whole thing with the head injury and the eyes was because it was from the back of the injury on the back of the head was the reason that the eyes looked swollen and upset. You know,
that's what the medical examiner said.
Yeah, it was a contra coup injury of the brain. So how are they now claiming that it's the spoiler? Because they have claimed that these injuries of the front of the head were always due to the back of the head and the swelling.
Yeah, it's the pressure from the slushing of the brain in the head that leads to the pressure buildup that gives him the raccoon eyes. That's what the testimony was from the medical expert in the first one. If it was up on the grass, he would be a little taller. Yeah, but then you have that problem that he needs to be on the road because he has to do that 360, hit his head on the back of the curb, and then fly Oh, we changed
Yeah,
that story as well.
There's nothing so far that indicates that she drove onto the curb. His shoe was
No.
found in the road. His
shoe is on the road. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a glass or bottle on the back fender? There
was a piece of glass setting on the back fender.
I believe it's in this area. There's a piece of glass embedded in the bumper that they claimed.
Not embedded. Sitting on.
They claimed was embedded in the bumper when it was Lally, and when we then came to trial, we found out it was just laying on top. So not only do you have the little hair that was stuck on the side of the car, not on the back of the car. It was stuck on the side of the car, and you had a little piece of glass laying on a bumper. I know there's grooves in the bumper, but that's pretty good. It's how did you ever?
There was no. My bad. There was no chat asked a piece. Where'd it go? Something about DNA. Was there any of John's DNA up on that lip? There was no John's DNA found on the car.
Except on the hair.
They didn't prove that was John's hair, I don't think.
No.
Well,
they found
it's the mother part of the DNA, so it could be John's hair.
It could also be the grandchildren's.
Else's. Right.
Could be Paul Ball's
cube.
There's nowhere on that vehicle is there blood. And I think they found some DNA on the outside part of the taillight, if I remember correctly, but not on the inside part, not on any of the part that would actually scratch somebody. And the car was there at his house all the time. There should be DNA on it. That's how it works. He should have transferred DNA all over that car.
If any of you watch cop movies, not movies, but Bad Boys, what they're gonna do on the YouTubes like I do, you'll see that cops always pat the back left corner panel of a car to leave their transfer DNA in case something happens, so they can find the culprit. Yeah, they'll normally just when they pass, they'll just
print right on the back tail light.
Could it possibly be that's ingrained in a cop that he just, when he goes by, could be? Could it be that they are in a small garage and he gets around it and he has to slide up across? Yeah. And I believe that DNA it was also mixture DNA, because I don't think, except that hairpiece, there's any DNA with John's DNA in it that's not a mixture. The highest is 5 different people in one mixture, where only John was recognized.
Yes.
She busted the taillight, hitting his car when she backed out of his garage. I wouldn't say busted. I would say she cracked it. That's what we have from the Brennan cop. That's what we had from Kerry Roberts until she said, yeah, that's what I saw. Because she
definitely hit the car. 1,000% she backed into his car on that corner.
I don't believe Karen was on the field trip in the first case. No.
I don't recall, but I feel like she kind of had to have been.
Yeah, and if any of you follow BN13, I can't remember his name. I really wish I could, because he's doing some really great videos. He did a video where he had a ballistic gel arm, hold it out, had the casing from a Lexus drive past and hit it. It broke into 4 big pieces and totally obliterated the elbow. Then he did the other thing that I've seen a few people talk about. When you look at the taillight pieces, there's one little tiny piece of thing that you might notice. There's no salt and water specks inside of the taillight housing. Driving in Massachusetts, which is a northern state, which I think you kind of prep your roads the same way as we do in Denmark. Our cars looks like they're playing a ghost for Christmas every single winter, because we got all the salt spray on our cars. That's why we have rusty cars. That would have been because, remember, she drove with a busted taillight from Fairview to John's house, from John's house, around the town, back to John's house, picked it up, drove it down to Dedham, where the cops picked it up. There is no salt or water speckling inside, even though you can see it on the tail light, clear as day. But he has made 2 great videos that people should check out. He has stated that people can show his video. Okay, then I have to... I said it's great to be at Tennessee and Val. Is that a bird? Hey, Valkyrie. It's the volunteers, because I know that. I have a Tennessee Val Cup. Yeah, that's I really B50. Yeah, that's the guy. Maybe I can. I hope he is A-okay with it and don't copyright strike all 3 of us.
Now, I guess my question is, we are now coming up with a new theory of how he got his head injured.
That's not his name. Did I write it wrong? Be in trouble 31, that's it. I thought. Sorry, I cut you off.
Oh, no, I was writing down his name so I would remember to look at his videos, because maybe it will help me, because this is still not making sense to me, just how any of this is supposed to have happened. But also, if we compare the Karen Roberts or Karen Reed case, to the Linda Sturmer case, both of them had vehicular runovers in theory. Now, in Linda Sturmer, there was actually blood on the bumper. They were able to get blood and DNA off of the undercarriage of the car, and they were able to explain the travel path using all of that data. Now, I would think that they would have some of the same data points or something that would make this make sense. I know, it's Canton.
We covered, Jamie and I covered that case just before the last Karen Reed trial with the lady who got found not guilty with her boyfriend hammering on the window of the car she drove off. He was found the next day in a snow pile. They charged her because they found microscopic fragments of blue jeans consistent with the blue jeans he was wearing on the rear axle. In this case, they magically found 1 piece of hair, even though, again, let's do this to it.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know everybody's been watching the trial, especially Hank.
This is at BN 31. I put the link in the chit chat. I'll put it in the description. I hope he's okay with it, or else I'll have to go back and remove it later.
Hank's opening statements, which are even worse than Lally's, if you could believe that. I want to start off by saying the video will be out tonight. 25 miles an hour, taillight versus arm. I couldn't film this weekend.
It's the wrong video. I'll find the right video. I am professional.
Cool. I'd love to talk to him. This is like Mythbusters and true crime. I am here for it.
For all of us that live in snow country, knows when you...
Why can't I find this isn't the same? There's a video missing. Be out tonight. Oh, it's because I already watched it.
Here comes the beginning of... you're going to knock the lens out of it.
No, sorry.
On our arm versus tail light, here we go. Right on this corner piece, I hit about right here. But if I would have gotten a higher hit, it might not have busted it at all. It would have cracked it, but it wouldn't have broke that whole section off the bottom. But I've got the bottom reinforced. I've got the sides reinforced. I've got the top reinforced. Might do another one just because I've got the arm and I'm here. Look at the bone that's broken. I broke both arms, or both bones. And here's Buddy's arm. He's got a cracked, broken elbow. His elbow is broken. Those two bones in the forearm are completely in two. It was just from the impact. His wrist is broken. See the bone dislodged right there? That's gone. That knuckle's damaged. But the fractures right here, those are definitely from the impact, and the broken elbow is definitely from the impact, and the wrist is definitely from the impact.
This is, to me, what I have been saying the entire time. There's no way this could have happened without this happening. And now we have the proof. Did I walk into the Twilight Zone or Baker's awake? I am always awake. No sleep till Brooklyn. And I'm not going to Brooklyn. I'm going to Tennessee.
Of course it would have broken bones. It's a truck. It's a giant 3,000 plus pound vehicle moving at 24 miles an hour. Of course it would have broken bones.
It's not going to just, like roll you aside. You are basically a stopped force, and that is 600 or 6,000 pounds of force moving in a way. Yeah, none of this makes math sense, and I'm not a mathologist.
The spoiler has no DNA. The spoiler is held on by 6 screws and would have been broken off in the corner. Yeah, there's no way. If this is the new testimony that they will go with, this is going to be dumber than ever. But that's probably why he don't want Arca to go over his expert's report.
Of course.
Because that expert's report will be only usable as toilet paper if this is in his report. But we talked about I need to get this away. We talked about timelines yesterday.
Ooh.
And with this new evidence that they now are claiming that's going to come in, I went back and did come on.
Math magicians.
I went back and cut the timeline part out of Brennan's testimony. And then I contacted Sleuthy Goosey and said, well, and she said, you're a weirdo. And I said, I thought that's how you talk to women. And and then she said, leave me alone, creepo. I said, only if I can use your timeline. And she said, just leave me alone. Use my timeline if you want to.
It's something like 12 kilometers an hour, right? 24 miles.
25 miles per hour.
Yeah, we'll go 25.
That's insanely fast driving. I didn't realize it's so fast because I've only envisioned kilometers an hour in my head. Yeah, and you have to flip the car around as well.
Oh, it's 40 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, 40 kilometers an hour. That's what we have in slow zones in cities in Denmark.
Okay.
But another thing that they can't really reconstruct because he has it on that contraption is the full force of the car would be behind it, because it wouldn't be out on an angle. It would be integrated in the car. So it would have a little different as well, but still.
Yeah. And it also would, is it reinforced in the same spots where it's reinforced?
Sorry.
No, it'll be all around.
Okay, because when he said he
the
had it
housing is
reinforced, I
situated
wondered.
in the bodywork. Yeah. Slow zones in Denmark are for people like Iris and Jamie. Jamie isn't slow.
Careful,
Iris,
Jamie. Careful.
Her 6,000-mile walk was only because this lady can't walk in a straight line. And it's not because she's drunk. It's just because she constantly has a camera out. Yeah, but again, then imagine going that speed in reverse for 35, 70, 50, how many feet? Because
it's changed.
It changed a little bit. But first, let's try and take a look at his
Didn't he
arguments.
say in the opening? Didn't he say 30
He said
feet?
move forward 35 feet and then did at least 75 in reverse.
How's that math work?
Yes.
Wouldn't that have put her basically in the driveway?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to be stupid here, but
Hank wants you to be stupid. Hank wants the jury to be stupid too.
well, I mean, I am not going to lump all women drivers in with myself. I can't parallel park. I can't be responsible for parallel parking. But I'm assuming other people can, but none of this makes any sense to me.
No, it doesn't make sense to anybody. That's the beauty of the Canton Triangle. It doesn't have to make sense in Canton. It just is.
I don't know why it never occurred to me until Yannetti said something, but the upstairs windows, no one looked outside their house, especially with all the fire trucks and everything.
Oh yeah, they were out there for
this is what we have been pointing out when we saw the dash cam video every day, because you have the blue lights, you have the red lights going all the time. There's no way.
No way. None. That dog would be going ape shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I have already confessed that I would be outside with my Dyson on the next lawn. Like, what's going on? No, I'm just doing my chores.
As a first responder, Brian Albert had an obligation to wake up and inspect what was going on in his front yard. He had the expectation to provide first aid, and he didn't even come out of his house.
Well, as aggressive and just out extroverted everyone seems to have to be in Canton, I'm surprised everyone didn't troop out of the house. Hey, what's going on? This is my front lawn. Don't get any ruts in it.
They should have. That should have been what happened, but it didn't happen, Mo, because he was hiding in his house, hoping that it would all just go away.
Oh, I thought he was filling in the pool in the backyard and telling Chloe, leave.
That was later. He was still gathering all the hat and the shoe and the phone. They were looking for the phone for a while. That's why Jen McCabe called him a bunch.
This is from Jonathan Hall from J Hall 7 News, who is 100 feet away as ordered. This really puts it into perspective. This is the perspective I needed the last time, because the last time the car was parked where this car is parked. Now it's in the spot. John, we have the flagpole here. John would have been here somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
That would mean, because he's tossed back and to the right, back and to the right, that you would have an impact zone somewhere around this area, maybe. I think this is the flagpole. So This is in line with where the shoe is found. But again, they now claim she moves up where the car is placed. That's when he gets out, and then she moves 35 feet forward. Why? I think they made a mistake when they read their data. How much is 35 feet? A car like this is how long? 12 feet?
Something like that.
I mean, that seems
Maybe a
like a
little
good
less.
guess.
But then let's do 1 car length, 2 car length, 3 car length. She now takes her 7,000-pound vehicle, guns the engine, goes in reverse 70 feet.
Which would put her right about inside of that car right there. Yeah.
That would
Right,
put
right
her
about
there. But Mo.
Was it snowing? So when you're going
the
backward
snow
really
wouldn't have been an
fast,
option. The snow
it
wouldn't be a
puts her
problem.
into
I know
hitting
they
snow?
say her tires are spinning, but it wouldn't. We have seen the ground. There's not enough snow that she would just do the. That would happen later in the day, probably when they put it on the tow truck, because there's not enough snow on the road that she would have done a spinny spin.
Oh.
That's why there's no snow under John O'Keefe's body either when he's on the grass.
Do you realize how fast that acceleration would have to be in reverse to hit 25 miles an hour inside of 35 feet or even 70 feet for that matter? There's no way.
And again,
There's no
you're
way.
not even punching it down. They only have
75%.
her 75%. 16.75 feet. Yeah, so roughly two and a smidge car length. That he would have been here at the end of the picture.
That's how long that car is? 16.75 feet, really?
Micah says so. I trust Micah.
Wow. All right.
But
It
you're
surprises
here.
me, that's all. You
are now here with your 7,000-pound vehicle. You're drunk like a skunk because you had 9 drinks. You have the music blasting because I always have my music loud. I have since I was 16. And you think that bitch, he just went and want to go down to Bella's mom. And he said I was banging the plumber. I'm just going to put it in neutral, then I'm going to put it in reverse, and then I'm going to hammer the gas pedal 3/4 of the way down on a curved road and clip him in his arm, send him flying, emergency brake without it leaving a key cycle, or do a sharp left turn, which all the sensors in the car would have been screaming potential collision and would have tried to stabilize the car, or you crashed into the family carrier down here, or the Jeep that was situated here with a plow on it.
Okay.
So just to clarify, the car itself is 200 inches long, which is 16 and 2/3 feet long.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's 16.66 feet. But
6,
Greenan
7.
said 35 feet in his opening statement. So again,
It's only like
it
2
would
car
be
lengths.
somewhere in this area. And she accelerates to 24 miles per hour in that distance. The brake alone from 24.3 miles per hour, when I did the calculations, was 90 feet. So she
There's
would
no
end
way.
up in the middle of the driveway.
Okay, so here's my other question, because I have been confused about this. Was John supposed to go in, say hi to a bunch of people, like say hi to their mom and them, and then come back out and they were leaving? Or what was the general effing plan? Because I am so confused. Because
Nobody knows.
you've got Peg saying she left him at the party. Was he supposed to go in, like say hi to Higgins and then out? And that's why.
So I noticed something the other day. There's I can't remember where it was, but there's a message between, I think it was between Karen Reed and Higgins. Yeah, it was about how many times John O'Keefe had shown her the video of her walking Higgins to the door when she kisses him in the blind spot in the cameras. So there was some accusation made apparently by John O'Keefe about her and Higgins, which makes the Higgins text, in my opinion, "Are you coming here?" that much more
that's
relevant.
not.
There was a message between her and Higgins.
No, she said, "I know where the cameras are."
I know it wasn't on camera when they kissed, but she said something about she's seen that video so many times in the last couple days or something. She made a statement, and I was like, "Oh, he was accusing her of something. He was showing her that video and accusing her of something," because Higgins was like freaking out. It was like, "Wait, is this going to cause drama?" Blah 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 blah. And that's when she was like, "No, I know where the cameras are. You're fine." I picked it up the other day. I was like, "Oh, that's interesting."
It could be Karen went in to ask John to see if she was welcome, but they had just been at a bar, so I don't know. I think more likely she was starting to feel it, and her illness might have flared up. And she said, I want to go home. And he said, "I'm just going to run in there and say, yeah, Karen isn't feeling too well. Have a great night. Thank you all." Didn't want to do it over the phone with Jen alone because he just wanted to say hi to all the guys and said, "See you all later." And she was sitting out there thinking, "Come back out." He didn't come out, and she drove off after 10 minutes. Yeah, I know Turtle Boy couldn't do it. You can't go that fast backwards. And she had the full. This isn't the Lexus. I want to be in a rap video, so at least the cheapest one Lexus. It's the decked out Lexus. It has everything. It even I believe this model has the active brake assist that will try and brake it when you're hitting a collision.
Okay. Valhalla Baker, I say that we pool our money together and we get a Lexus, a nice one. And we are going to
like $90,000 used.
We're going to rent it. Nothing parties like a rental. Relax. Or my first marriage, whatever works. Anywho, we get that and we do our own true crime myth busting. We are going to baconate. We're going to go on mud, mostly because I can't find snow right now. But we're gonna work this out. Now, which one of you brave people is going to stand behind me as I baconate fastly?
Zach just volunteered for that one.
After his comments yesterday, Zach has been volunteered for that. Every female, sub is like,
yeah, let's do that as a giveaway. Who want to be struck by Mo? Reenact the Karen Reed case with Mo. Join us for our giveaway stream.
Oh
Members
God!
only.
Can you guys imagine me on just 2 shots? They're going to be like, "Hey Mo, have a Pabst Blue Ribbon," and be like, "Look, officer, I told you I plead the fifth all the times. Okay, like I am great to drive."
Yeah, again, even if she had her music blaring, the alarms would be screaming like crazy in that car. And
sometimes they cut off the music too. Like my music, I have the backup assist. It'll cut the music off and it'll start beeping at you.
Well, and just got back in what we're doing today. Oh, we're doing nothing. We're hanging out. We have field trip day today.
Yeah, the jury's at 34 Fairview.
I have serious doubts whether we're going to get to the expert today. Bev's going to come back and be like, "It's 11:10. We're not going to have time for this."
That was a long ride, y'all. Let's have It's a Lexus, not a Tesla. Can't get that speed. No, that's a big problem. I think it's a V6 only, and it's not geared in reverse. It's 1 gear. So it'll get up to a certain speed, and then it'll just start screaming like a cat in a barrel at Fastelavn in Denmark.
Ah.
It's an 8-cylinder, by the way.
What's that? It's a V8.
5.7 liter V8.
Yeah, but American car, you can put a lot of gas through an engine and get next to none horsepower out of it. I don't know why
300
American cars are made so poorly.
383 horsepower.
That's not a lot for a 5.6 liter engine.
Well, not for a 7,000 pound vehicle. It's a lot if you've got a 4,000 pound go-kart. You know what I mean? Not for a double that.
That car could hardly rip the skin off a pudding. But again, one thing I know for sure.
Lost. I'm like, so what did the cylinders do? I thought it was 4 wheels.
Yeah, and I saw that one as well, that some people say that there is a limiter on the reverse as well. And it's not a 4-wheel drive, it's an all-wheel drive. It will spin tires and reverse in 2 inches of snow. But there wasn't 2 inches of snow. We have to be fair about it. We saw the video from the library. There's not that much snow. That's not enough snow. If you live in a part of the world where you're normal, you would have put winter tire on and you would have no problem sticking to that road. Well, it's made for the Americans, and Americans just put a lot of engine through a lot of gas through an engine and don't get that much horsepower out of them.
I feel like I should be offended, but I don't know enough about cars to defend our honor. Like, America's great.
It's a thing.
Well, I'll tell you this, Baker. There's I'll take your Danish muscle car versus our American muscle car in a race any day of the week, bud. Any day of the week.
We only have one recent car, I think, made in Denmark, and that was the Fisker, which wasn't even Danish.
What? The Fisker?
Fisker. It's Fisker.
You know, those are safety scissors over here. The Fisker safety scissors.
That's Fiskars, and that's actually Finnish.
Okay, well, I was almost right. I'm going to count it as Bev counts things. I was right.
An automatic car, who puts it in neutral? I don't know enough about automatics because I see everyone says, who would put it in neutral? I don't know. I can understand how to drive a car, so I have a gearbox in mind. So I don't know anything about. That's why I asked Valhalla the first day. Is that unusual? Because I don't know anything about automatics.
It's an 8-speed, which is unusual, but the reverse is only 1 gear. Yeah,
and that's, to me. I saw someone had asked Grok, and you can't do it if he sticks to the 35 feet. The ARCA guys must be sitting at home in their office and thinking, physics? But what I wanted to do was do the timeline. Because, again, I don't know. How long have they been out?
30-ish minutes, maybe?
Oh.
Is that accurate? Where did it go? Not sure. Is that accurate? 0 to 60 in 7.2 seconds?
That sounds pretty reasonable with the weight and the engine. No, that sounds fast even.
There's no way it's hitting that in reverse. I'll tell you that much. So it would take none of this makes any damn sense. None of it.
No. I had a Fiat Uno for my first car. Best car for first drivers. It lasts forever. It's an Italian car. It'll rust underneath you, but it'll go because it's made to drive in Italy, where people are just, I'm gonna bomb the car in front of me. I'm gonna bomb the car behind me. Oh, someone to my right. I'm gonna bomb that car. That's my Italian accent. Notice how every other country in the world projects and gaslight after they have to defend themselves and get a few tariffs. I will have I will have, depending on how late we end the show today, I will perhaps have an unboxing video because Marissa have sent me a package. And I love that all of our politicians said, oh, tariffs, that's such a thing. It's so mean of you Yanks to put tariffs on stuff. I had to pay 149 Danish in the customs. And then I had to pay 160 Danish in handling fee. But there's no tariff on American goods in Denmark. Absolutely not.
Baker, do you have that little right on screen? I just need to see the guy in the background with a beard because I wonder if he would look like normalish.
No, it
Because
doesn't
that
work on this.
Habsburg jaw is prominent.
Yeah, it doesn't work on this screen. Sadly.
Dang it.
Well, let's hear what I was wanting to hear.
We can't hear anything.
You can't hear anything?
Nope.
Why the hell not? Because it's sharing audio. It's
All I
because I
hear is
showed
roosters.
You know, when you show something that's not this, it'll have to.
Oh, yeah.
No, I have to stop it totally, and then I have to share it again.
And it was at that time, through the words of the defendant, that she admitted what she had done that night, that she hit John O'Keefe. Now, those words didn't mean anything to firefighter Nuttall. They weren't in context. They didn't reconcile with the injuries.
Oh, this is just because this is stupid. The words didn't mean anything to Nuttall. Well,
Yeah.
They probably should, as an EMT, you should notice them and think, oh, she hit him? Maybe we should check for injuries consistent with a car strike.
Yeah.
It didn't help him in his treatment, so we ignored it. Now, firefighter Nuttall is not a police officer. He is not an investigator. He's a first responder. So, mentions there was useless to him. He continues to work on John trying to. And so they leave the waterfall out of 1212, and you'll see that the ignition goes on to the defendant's Lexus. And both John O'Keefe and the defendant in the car did stop.
12:12 is when they start the car.
That they're going to go back to 34th Fairview Road, what we talked about earlier. They're going to go there for a get together for one of the homeowner's sons who's having a birthday party. And so as they drive back, you will be able to follow this location data. When they go back to Fairview, they don't know exactly where it is, and they get lost. And so John O'Keefe makes a phone call, has a phone call with one of his friends, Jen McCabe. And during that phone call, which the defendant listens to because she recounts it, and trying to get directions, Jen McCabe tells John O'Keefe, it's near Bella's mom's house. You'll learn by Bella or her mom or somebody that John can date.
This is one of those things that really grinds my behind. Why is it Bella's mom becomes a problem? Bella's mom is right before they turn down. If Jen McCabe says, turn right at Bella's mom's house, wouldn't your first thought be, oh, Bella's mom is one of Katie's friends? Or Bella is Katie's
Baker,
friend.
Also, has Karen struck you as the person to let things go? If Bella was an issue, don't you think in those angry texts, John, you're a prevert and you're over there with Bella's mom? I mean,
she's saying that you're out banging some skank or something like that. But yeah, she would have
if that
said.
had been an issue, she would have said Bella's mom. She'd have been like, "Where is that skank Bella's mom?"
Juries climb back on the bus. The bus pulls away and passes where I'm standing. Roadblock comes down. Okay, thank you, Red Sox.
Thank you.
But it's every time I hear it. Am I wrong in thinking that if there's no crash accident report for police, then there's no crash accident? Yeah, because that's just formalities. There's no legal standard that says you must have a crash expert to pull out. Insurance purposes could be something. This is a criminal case. It's way different.
Well,
So,
and I also think that the Bella's mom is important because other than bringing up Bella's mom and that she was a little bit jealous. You really have nothing of Karen from those text messages prior to her, her getting all upset because she couldn't find him, that, has that motive, has that deep thing. I mean, she's looking for confirmation on the relationship and she's kind of getting blown off, but you don't have that underlying hate fire. And Bella's mom is the only thing that the state can bring in, because haven't they taken out the whole Aruba crap? Or are we going to listen to John hugging Aruba skank number 12 for 5 weeks?
That's out. Can we
Oh,
watch
thank
and
God.
critique Nick's Swedish video? I will not show anything Swedish on this channel.
Except for the
It's not a
bikini
language,
team
it's a
for
hate crime.
science.
I like where your head's at, Mo.
I think of humanity. Volleyball team, hot Swedish bikini models. I'm a woman of the people. Give them
But
what
Nick
they want.
is neither a hot, skinny woman or plays volleyball.
How do you know? You haven't seen him in his bikini.
Police is required to fill out a crash report if there's a motor vehicle strike. That North Dakota, yeah, he said so, but it doesn't mean anything. It's a technicality. Would she get her money back from, or would he get money from in an insurance company? Nope, they'll probably use it in a civil suit and say there was no accident report filed. This is a murder case. Totally different. It's not like, oh, whoopsie, we forgot to fill out all our chain of custody papers, so you get a freebie. That's even worse than not filling out an accident report. Should they have done it? Yes. Does it matter? No. Have you heard Karen Reed's defense team stand up and say, by the way, motion to dismiss, Your Honor, there is no accident happening because there is no accident report.
Well, in all fairness, they've asked for a dismissal like 8 times now. It just hasn't happened.
And none of them was related to an accident report.
And so as they make their way through Fairview, you will see there's a road that comes down like a loop and that leads to Fairview. They take a wrong turn on the loop, and then they do a 3-point turn in the driveway. See the exact precise driveway they turn into, because some type of acceleration will be triggered that black box in the Lexus. And that's important because 7 minutes before the collision. And you'll see from the waves exactly where the car was. You'll see from the black box, the event, the 3-point turn in the driveway. Yeah. And then we turn down the Fairview. But before they get there, at 12:23, a truck is coming the other way. And the witnesses in that truck will say they blinked the lights. One of them saw a man and woman in the car, John and the defendant, and then they followed the Lexus because they were going to the same house. The truck stopped at the driveway, and the Lexus, the defendant's car, will appear because of the waves. You be counting second to second, never stops. It rolls very slowly all the way to the end of the yard in the corner where there's a tree line and flagpole. And they reach that location at 12:34:33. And they're in the car.
Well, that's impossible.
The truck waits. Somebody in the house comes out. The person goes back in the house, and they're about 5 minutes. We're now down to 2 minutes before the collision. The truck leaves, and now it's just the defendant and John. And while they're waiting outside, 12:27, John gets a text from Kevin Cave. Park behind us in the driveway. 12:29, text again. Are you coming in? You'll hear that Kevin Cave and others look out the window and see the defendant's Lexus in front of the flagpole, the far end. It snows, it's dark, it's windy, they're waiting. You will know that John O'Keefe was in that car, that Lexus. It didn't move because his healthcare data is not moving. It's not moving until 12:31:56. At 12:31:56, he begins to move. He will have 20 seconds before he falls. 20 seconds. He gets out of the car, the Lexus, and in that 20 seconds, you'll hear that user initiated. He looks at the phone, at the text message he's indicated. There's now 12:32:09. Close to the phone the last time. It will will be the last time he uses that phone. From the waterfall bar, you see that he's in his back pocket. And at that time, 12:32:09, last user, he has 7 more seconds. He will move before he lies dormant the rest of the night. We'll also have the information from the defendant's Lexus flat clocks. The clocks run differently than 30-second variance, but it's right in the heart of that time. And you will see in the data at that time, when he makes his last movements with the phone, is when her car leaves 34 feet at least, stops, neutral, and then shoots into reverse, the tire spinning right towards him. Right looking about. You'll know they're arguing because the next morning she calls a firefighter outside. The reverse stops is when her car at that time, when he makes his last movements with the phone, is when her car leaves 34 feet at least, stops, neutral, and then shoots into reverse, the tire spinning right towards him.
Neutral.
Right about. You'll know they're arguing because the next morning she calls a firefighter outside because our last.
Re-listening to that makes it even worse.
Yeah.
Than it was the first time around. I took down
How
the times.
far away is John's house? Was she speeding
6
the whole
minutes.
way?
6 minutes, according to Google Maps.
From 34
If we
Fairview to
use,
One Meadows.
we use the wonderful Sleuthy Goosey's timeline.
Okay.
12:12 is when they leave Fairview. That lines up. 12:11:13 is when they walk out of the bar. 12:23, Ryan Nagel turns left onto Fairview Road. Seconds after Karen Reed turns right onto Fairview Road. That's the same they have. 12:34, she stops. That sounds like it's a mistake. It was probably meant to be 12:24, but Ryan Nagel stops at 12:23 as well and says Karen is parked, and I believe he said she has the brakes on the entire time. So how is she creeping? She has the brakes on, then she moves up, and then she moves up. I believe that's what he says in his initial testimony. 12:27, McCabe asks here. 12:29, she texts him and sees them pull behind me. Why would you say that? Because the car is at the other end of the garden.
The yard, yeah.
Wouldn't you say you've gone too far, come back? Because if she's all the way down there near the Asian house, you wouldn't say pull behind me. Then 12:31.
Was going to take a whole nother revolution, but that doesn't make sense.
No, you would say, well, oh, I can see you now. Pull behind me or come back.
You missed the driveway. Back up a little bit and pull behind me.
Yeah, because you would think if you saw them at the end of the garden on the opposite side of the, you would think, oh, they think it's the next house. 12:31:56 is when he moves for 20 seconds. That's where they say, get out of the car. 12:32:09, that's when he locks his phone for the last time. She calls him at 12:33:35, 12:34:09, 12:34:38, 12:35:09, 12:35:35. 12:36 is when she connects to the Wi-Fi at One Meadows. They claim at 12:33 is when she moves 34 feet forward and then guns it in reverse. 34 feet, she reaches a speed of 24.3 miles per hour and hits him. That's just impossible because at that time she was calling him. She calls him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times within 2 minutes. Let me propose an alternate theory.
Okie dokie.
They were going to this party. They arrive at 12:24, not at 12:34, as he said. Right before the Nagel come, Nagel is looking at his phone doesn't see John run out because he's texting his his sister. John runs into the house. Karen creeps up for the end of the road, wait for 10 minutes and say, oh, fuck you. You're not picking up. I'm going home. She needs to, at the latest, have left the Fairview 34 at 12, I believe 29:36 by the best estimate of Google with the road. There's no way that could have happened. And I actually, when I see all of these calls, I'll bet you that at least one or two of the phones are off. But guess what can't be off? Wi-Fi, because that runs on internet times. That's connected to the internet. The internal clock in the car, the internal clock in the phone can be off. But the Wi-Fi is connected to the internet, so that can't be off. So that it just doesn't make sense that that timeline.
It really doesn't. It really doesn't when you think there were all these people in the house and no one saw anything on the front lawn. I mean, even if you were to casually look out your top window just to see, hey, did we get all the snow? And you're like, oh, there's a lump on my front lawn. Interesting.
Yeah, and Ryan Nagel, when he passes, and that's Brennan claim, you will see he was in the car because he didn't move according to its health data. If we're going by health data, do we have
the health data that said he went up and down 3 flights of stairs? That health data?
Yeah. Do we have a violent acceleration of speed on his phone as the last thing that it clocks? Because his testimony is it's in his back pocket. He gets flung through the air and it drops on the ground behind him because he lands on top of it. That's where they pick it up. Is this an American or Danish spreadsheet? It's by Sleuthy Goosey, and she's a Yank. Norman Corey, if you want, I can explain what the data from the car actually shows. Well, the car data to me, when we saw it the first time, shows when they picked up the car at Karen's parents' house and drove it into the Sallyport.
Yeah, I will say that the keystroke or key cycle or whatever magical terms you want to use, that was very confusing to me because they just kept saying key cycle number such and such, but they never showed, okay, well, this actually correlates to this timeline or this actual movement. They just kind of, at least from what I was trying to understand from the first trial, it
but
just showed.
When you see, now I didn't see if Sleuthy has that in her spreadsheet as well, but if you go over the keystroke, key cycles, you will see if you count backwards that there's, I believe it's at least 6 missing that there should have been there.
5 or 6, something like that.
When she hits him and drives off, that, you know, that little 6-degree movement on the steering wheel that clearly indicates a person hit. She would then have had to go forward, go back to his house, turn off the car, start the car, go back, go out the house, run around town, go over to Jen McCabe's car, turn the car off, turn the car on, go back to John's house, turn the car off, come back from the hospital, turn the car on, drive to her parents' house, turn the car off. Tow truck driver then comes, turns the car off, do back up, turns the car off, goes to the police station where I still claim that car had been in that Sallyport. That's not on video. That's why I believe there's that white outline on the floor of snow. But I can't prove it. It's just my take because I think the car looks way too little snowy on for a car that's just been through a snowstorm. And there's that perfect outline of snow around the car that fits the car. So I think that they might have done it twice because we drove it in with the wrong tail light. Because why would you have the Sallyport open in both ends? Doesn't make sense. If you just want to drive the car in a heated garage, why let all of the heat out and have both doors open so you will have a lot of snow blown through the garage? I still believe the keystrokes, if you can go back and count them, there's at least 6 to 12 missing.
I was wondering if there had been some missing because none of it actually made sense to me, but I figured it might be also that I don't always understand technical stuff. So thank you guys for explaining, because I was
Yeah, but they do. Obviously, they will tell you in the. That's why I said I hope they have a better tech guy. This guy, because Janetti and Jackson are not good tech people. They don't catch these things. And Brandon says John O'Keefe's health data shows him walking into every Canton mom's house, climbing a flight of stairs, and leaving in 5 minutes. Explain that data in inches, please.
10 inches.
Roughly 10 inches.
Roughly 10.
I still claim he has suffered from the Pete Danielson disease.
Davidson.
Well, at least this guy doesn't look like he tried to look like Jared Leto's Joker.
Leto.
Yeah.
Jared
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one wants to be Jared Leto's Joker.
Anything exciting happened? Yeah, you have to go back. We did a. Mo, will you agree when I say it was a heart-wrenching rendition Valhalla did in the dark when he did the keystroke cycles interpretation?
It was a very interesting interpretive dance. I've never seen jazz fusion ballet like that, but it was very. His unitard was, well, with bulgy like a mooth, but other than that.
I would say a little inappropriate.
Meh.
And not, I know the 70s are back. I could have used some manscaping.
You did remind me kind of Robin Williams. It was weird.
Yeah.
All right. He went to Juilliard, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's professionally trained.
Yeah.
Isn't it true that a newly discovered video showing the Lexus reversed in Sallyport before being driven in? I haven't seen the video. I have seen people talk about it, but I haven't seen it. So until I have seen it, I will hold my judgment for that one. But still, I believe something must have happened because of the outline. That outline around the car is why they start by mopping the floor after they bring in the murder weapon. Wouldn't you have cleared everything out? So if anything falls off, it's from this car.
Yep. Sure would.
Yeah. Are we actually expecting the police officers to have investigated anything? I think we're setting ourselves up for disappointment.
Well, Canton, it's special there. They do things their own way. Trooper Paul's a joke. Trooper Paul, Norman Carey. Trooper Paul said that, actually said the car may have not recorded a key cycle. That isn't possible. Yeah. No. Trooper Paul has no idea what's going on ever.
No. Jackson did say in open court they got a new video of the Lexus backing in. Yeah, but was it before the other one? That's what I'm not sure about. When it backed in. But again, I'm just trying to see. I think the pictures are on the Discord. So it's just because that outline to me is when I saw it the first time, I didn't catch the reverseness, but I was just looking at it and I thought, why is there snow on El Floro? Everyone else had been cleaning snow of everything in Canton all day, but just in the Sallyport, waiting for a murder weapon, they thought, oh, we'll wait till we put the murder weapon in the garage.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. And I hadn't thought about it until you pointed it out. I love that you pay attention, Baker, so I can be like, oh, that was really smart.
That's actually why it's good to stream with people sometimes, because you see different strokes for different folks. The only problem I have is I have really good mods, so they give me way too much I have to scroll through.
Ipsy Dixit, yes, Lucky's on the witness list. They're definitely bringing Lucky back.
Yeah. The funny thing is that is this the video? No, this is the disappearing police officer.
I think it's much more likely that Higgins hit him.
None of this equals a car wreck to me. I mean, none of it. No internal bleeding, no other limbs being affected by being
no broken bones.
Yeah, he basically got flung backwards, hit rock solid concrete, according to Brennan, and they want to talk about this itty bitty little bruise on, I think, his right knee. It doesn't make sense.
None of it does. Hey, Bad Duck. Kimberly Ray, what did you miss? Well, you missed a lot of debunking of Brennan's
opening statements.
Aaron Reed's Lexus is now being loaded back onto a tow truck to take it away. It was parked here in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road just a short time ago where jurors were able to see it. This time, compared to the first trial last year, it was at a different location. Last year, it was parked up closer to the end of the driveway. This time, the Lexus was parked near here, the flagpole, where John O'Keefe's body was found. Aaron Reed's Lexus is now being loaded back onto a tow truck to take it away. It was parked here in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road just a short time ago where jurors were able to see it. This time, compared to the first trial last year, it was at a different location.
Can you go back to where the spoiler on the back end was in screen?
Tow trucks at 34 in front of the house, parked here and take it away. It was parked here in front of the house, now being loaded back.
A simple no would have worked, Baker. No, you can't do it. That would have been.
There it is. And this is the area the
hair was.
Mighty hair was stuck on. This is where the tail light housing should have been. And he said, notice this spoiler. Again, unless you stood with your head like this guy, how would you get struck by that?
Because you would have to be leaning.
And again, this is the flagpole. We know he was somewhere that way in front of the flagpole. So let's just put him where my hand is now. If we then take is it a Ford? No, it looks like a Hyundai. Down at the driveway. That's actually in front of the driveway. That's not at the mailbox. How is she supposed to have stopped from the hand and before the Hyundai? I think, is it an Audi? Without crashing into it, going 24.3 miles per hour. That's physically the hand goes away. That's physically impossible to brake from 24.3 miles per hour before you hit here. That's 1.5 car length.
Why are all these people just standing on this front lawn? Like somebody owns this
why
house.
does someone have their dog out?
Assholes. Right? Like, what
Mo,
are you guys doing?
you had been putting the cat on a leash and going, we're just out on a stroll.
Okay, yeah, but I judge other people. I'd have been like, I'm getting my exercise. I'm getting my cardio in, like Oprah told me. Also being nosy.
And there's no chance in hell
chance
that
in hell.
anyone who was sleeping up there didn't hear all of this. It's when everyone says this front lawn is deceptively small because it looks way bigger in the pictures. Again, there's no chance he didn't hear that. No chance.
But it also looks like the curb disappears. So how did he also hit the curb?
Because there's a more vertical curb at the place, and then it kind of tips.
Okay. All right.
Yes, Greg, I was just talking about that earlier. It was Higgins's testimony from last trial that said that when Karen told him that she had seen that video, John had showed her the video of her walking him out to the door.
Oh, so he
times.
told, I thought you said there was text messages of it.
Well, yeah, that's how the testimony came in. It was the text messages between Higgins and Karen, and Higgins had to read them. I promise. I'm
I
1,000% factual. They skipped over it real briefly, but there was definitely talk between Karen and Higgins about John showing Karen the videos countless times. She's like something to the effect of, I've seen that video so many times in the last couple days, or something like that. I've been shown that video so many times in the last few days. And then Higgins gets all worried that he's going to get caught. And that was when he starts changing his chats from being like 13-year-old boy trying to get some to a little more suspicious of the whole situation.
Brandon, I have talked about this ad nauseum. Yeah, he's the right way around.
Oh, I know, it's like, which way is the front? And I was like, oh, well, I guess he has boobs.
Yeah. To get the scratches, he has to be hit
on it.
Yeah, of course I did.
Outstanding.
He has the scratches in this area, which is one problem. I think if you measure that, it's a wider area than the tail light. Don't think about it. It makes sense in Canton. But they also claim that he had his arm in a defensive position because you need the pointy bit of the elbow to crash the glass, because there's no way the glass would crash if you just stood like this. And you need the arm outstretched because you need that doink at the rear view. It's not physically possible to do what they claim it does. That's why if you go back and watch the first trial, when Lally gave his opening statement, he claimed he had his arm in this position, got sideswiped, went flying. Then Trooper Paul came up and said he had his arm in this position, did the 360 quarter double screw. And then Lally changed it again in closing arguments. There's no way this is consistent with anything that they have shown us of injuries to his body, because there's just no way it could happen the way they claim. Because if he has an outstretched arm, he would get swung. It'll break. We saw that video. It'll most likely be ripped out of the socket. If he's bracing like this, it'll go full frontal into his body, because it don't stop when it hits the elbow. So it couldn't chew up his arm the way they do it. This is why I jumped on the case, because it doesn't make sense when you see it. And this is why I told Rackets, if he needs any background, please reach out, because I've watched this case way too much. There's no curb. There's no sidewalk. Curb implies an etched block of stone. It's just asphalt that slants slightly up to meet the lawn. I thought there was like a stone next to the... Now I have to go look at pictures again, because I think there was... When they take the picture of the shoe, it's up against a stone.
Okay.
So I know at that point there's something there that's a vertical, because the shoe is right next to a vertical. They kick the snow away and find the curb to take a picture to prove where it was, instead of just doing an establishing shot so you can tell by the landmarks. But that's what they said when they kicked the curb free. But thank you, Wicked. But as I see it, they have like that curb where it happened, and then they have the cement thing further down. I haven't been there. I don't know.
So what flavor do we think Bev is going to have White Claw first? Do we think she's a mango gal or a pineapple gal?
She's probably looking at the receipts and thinking, Caitlin Albert drank mango. I'll try that. I feel young. You can't make sense of it because it's nonsense. Norman, it's Canton. It makes perfect sense. Just don't think about it.
All right, Baker, off-topic question. How long did it take you to get your little bendy guy to not be so stiff?
It's still really stiff.
He's hard as wood.
Yeah, because it has a hard time staying in the right position. Giggity.
Yeah.
But,
I was wondering because I was like, Baker can move his bendy guy so easy, and mine, it's like, I'm gonna break this.
But that's because before I got my squishy from Jemima, I use Bender sometimes to really get my anger out.
Yeah, they had a sale. I got a full family of Benders. My husband is like, "What is wrong with you?" And I was like, "Oh, honey, there's a lot. There's a lot."
Well, he has to stand in for a lot of accidents. That's why he has a slightly what the hell face. And of course, he has his name. Thank you, Sumo. It's just interesting. They picked up as first-time viewers. Maybe there's still hope with this jury. I think that's where we all started. When you see that arm, there's no effing way you think hit by a car. Especially when there's nothing next. Let's say it had been black and blue like Gordon Ramsay's chest when he fell over that car while he was out bike riding.
Yeah.
The entire arm was black and blue and there were scratches. I could buy that.
And his torso was,
yeah.
And these were noticeable, and he had road rash.
Grapefruit is the taste.
Ah.
So far behind. Is that Bender from Fruit? I don't know why they called him Bender. That's chat chose the name. I was behind, just had to admit it. Well, I was behind as well, Brandon. I heard the jurors are a younger crowd. Oh, interesting.
Cool.
Then maybe they can understand the hashtag bad file, cracked file, because when that comes up, Mo and I will be doing this face. And then we will just go in the corner in fetal positions.
No, wait till we're on the third expert explaining this again in a different way to where Mo just loses it. Mo's going to start day drinking on that day.
Off topic. It's already summer is over here. I'm coming to Copenhagen on Tuesday. Can I leave my winter coat and shoes home in Finland? I'm packing. Yeah. You don't need it's chilly out, but it's more rainy than. Again, it's shorts and hoodie weather. Your thoughts on OJO's behavior in the text to Karen Reed? Nina, I thought that he was POS. That's how I saw him. I saw him as a guy who had a lot of trouble at home with his family. I saw him as kind of I'm gonna neglect you till I get till I need you. Can I say it that way? When I need you, when I need to offload, you better be there. When you have one of the moments, F you. I saw him, but I said that during the first trial as well. I found him, those texts isn't good. You can have all the sympathy. He doesn't deserve to die. But I see him kind of is abusive too much? Is it going too far?
It's not he doesn't appreciate her. He doesn't respect her. You can tell that she's there for his convenience, or at least that's what it seems. Because, she kind of points out very rightly that I don't want to, put any more pressure on you than your family already does. I want to be supportive of you. I want to be a better parent, co-parent with you, but you keep jumping on my behind. And then he ignores her. And she's just trying to call him about the plumbing. And then he's like, oh, well, I guess you're going to screw this plumber then. It's such whiplash. He ignores her all day. And then as soon as she's, takes care of something herself, he's like, well, I guess you can pay for that. My dad and I were going to do it anyway.
Yeah, and I need you to come drive for me. That's also
And him assuming that she was going to be in
probably was a good
Canton.
description of her.
Just for reference, this is what Gordon Ramsay looked like when he got hit by a car.
That I have to take one down to take another one up. Yeah.
Just for reference.
Well, I think he didn't get hit. Didn't he fly over the handle and across the car?
I don't know the
Because
exact
we brought
details,
this up
but I know
during
he was
the last
bicycling.
trial as well. Yeah, but I think this is impact from the street. But again, there would have been impact on John O'Keefe as well. And Rick, it's like, where can I find a photo of where the shoes found? I think we have them. If you go into the Discord, there are, I don't know how many scrolls of all the evidence, all the motions. Go cray. And again, if you need to go even deeper and spend the weekend just chewing data, Sleuthy Goosey has a great Google Doc that you can just access, and there's everything in there. There's what people ate 5 weeks before, how well is potato skins for your weight loss challenge. There's so much in there. My take is Karen is being a raging bee of V in text. My take is Karen,
not a V.
Karen was that morning. Karen wanted a lot of. I don't see it as a good relationship.
No, this isn't healthy. This isn't.
Yeah, I think both of them were drained. Both of them were emotional vampires.
That's a good term, I
That's
think.
kind of how I see them.
Yeah, that works. She's in need of constant approval, and he's not willing to give it to her at the same time. So it's not a good dynamic between the two of them, not by any stretch.
Yeah, she needs constant reassurance, and he's kind of off in his own world.
Yeah.
Gone down at 30 miles per hour. Yeah, it'll take your skin right off.
I went down on I had a crashed my motorcycle once going about 40, and the road rash. First of all, I had road rash on both my forearms. I landed like this, right? Busted my nose, busted my chin, and my forehead open. And when I hit, I rolled, and I had road rash going all the way up here. It was all just raw, completely raw.
And wouldn't he have some of that, or at least grass stains or anything on his clothing? Were there grass stains? Were there dirt stains? Or was it all frozen solid, so there was no transfer?
It definitely wasn't frozen solid. The temperatures in the days prior would not have allowed it to have been frozen. And yeah, it hurt, Danny. And he would definitely have some form of grass stain or dirt lodged in his clothes. All he had in his clothes was vomit and blood that was pouring directly down the front of him, mind you, because he had to have been standing or sitting up. Had to have been. There's no other way that the blood flows the way it did from laying on your prone position on the back. There's no way.
No, he would have had, especially if it was from the mouth, it would have been going down this way, not coming down this way.
Well, it's all down the front of his shirt.
That's why you put people on the side if they're going to puke. He had puke and blood on the front of him, so he would have had to have cascade puke it into the air, and the wind have had to take it down. While he was incapacitated and not drowning in his own puke.
Was
it
there
makes
any
sense when you
vomit
stop
found on the
thinking
front
about
lawn?
There was no, but there was vomit found in his boxers.
And 5 men's DNA
So they
on
were
his
fighting
pants.
naked?
We don't
I don't know what y'all do in the
happened was.
urinals, but okay.
But
hey,
this
look at
is
this
the
outline
Sally
of
port.
snow. Look at this.
This is the Sally port when the car before the car comes in.
Before my ass.
This
the second
this
time
is
the car comes in.
This is the flipped one. It's from Aussie Insiders. But look at this perfect outline of a car. Look at all the snow that's dragged in through the doors. You're bringing a murder weapon in where you have
It's got
to secure...
tire tracks in the snow, Baker.
Yeah,
There's
right
tire
there.
tracks in the snow.
Oh, good luck. I'm no Nancy Grace, but that looks suspicious.
And then you start moving the snow. Because that's when you start removing the snow. And have a guy standing down here looking at the left side when they figure out, oh, fuck, we have to make it look like... because this is the reverse video. In the other video, this would have looked like he was looking at the broken tail light.
Weird.
Weird.
Let's go ahead and flip that so it doesn't look like he's anywhere near the taillight that he probably broke off the pieces of and scattered across the lawn before anybody else got there.
Oh, we are going to get a witness.
Why is it so high?
I know. Why is he sure, unsure?
I'll take it back.
Oh, this guy.
Oh, he's a barrel of fun at parties.
He's got like the most
Good morning, Doctor.
ridiculous speech pattern
Good morning.
I've ever heard in your life.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Mr. Lally! Brandon, I got busted by wifey watching these extremely talented young women compete in sports in various states of undress to draw an audience. Effing Olympics. Tell your wife that she is way, way, way too judgmental.
I know. Just because you wanted to see that Australian breakdancer over and over.
That's but thank you, Brandon. Now I take my break.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
My name is Dr. Gary Fowler, F as in Frank, A-L-L-E-R.
And what is your occupation?
I am a physician pathologist.
And where do you work?
I work currently at Signature Healthcare in Brockton.
And how long have you worked at Signature and in what capacity, sir?
Signature, I started, it's probably 6 months. I took a new job 6 months ago. I've been, I am the chief of pathology and the laboratory medical director at Signature.
And where did you work prior to your work at Signature about 6 months ago?
Prior to that, I was at Good Samaritan Medical Center in the same capacity.
And how long did you work at Good Samaritan for?
Since 2015, late 2015.
And did you work in any capacity similar to that prior to working at Good Samaritan?
Prior to Good Samaritan, I worked at the Kearney Hospital, which is in Dorchester. Started that job in 1996. So I stayed on staff at Kearney Hospital up until actually closed 6 months ago. So I've been on staff at Kearney's for quite a long time.
Where did you go to school and what degrees did you receive?
I went to college at Tufts University in Medford, graduated in '87. From there, I went to Tufts Medical School and graduated in 1991.
And following your graduation, where did you go from there?
After medical school, I did a residency at Tufts Medical Center in 1991 to 1996.
And then where did you go following your residency?
And right from residency, my first job was at Kearney Hospital, which I previously mentioned, so 1996.
And doctor, are you board certified?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
And what is a board certification?
Board certification is something we need to show that we are actually qualified to perform the job that we need to do, both in anatomic and clinical pathology. It's a written exam
This man is
that
stretching
we
the
take
limits
and
of
we
my
need to
ADHD.
pass.
demonstrate that we're competent. And
I'm over here actively opening my eyes bigger to
First,
think
in
maybe
just
it'll
general
see me
terms,
away.
if you could explain to the jury what is pathology?
Pathology is, well, there are two basic branches of pathology: anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. Anatomic pathology is basically, an anatomic pathologist is a physician or MD or a DO trained to make diagnoses on patients via looking at tissue biopsies, organs, tissue fluids, and we're also trained in autopsy pathology as well. So basically, an anatomic pathologist, we look at tissues via glass slides. Slides are made, and we every day make the diagnosis of, somebody has a cancer or somebody doesn't have a cancer, benign. Look at colon polyps, breast biopsies, pretty much anything that comes out of the operating room or a physician's office, any sort of biopsy. Clinical pathology, on the other hand, is basically a clinical pathologist is a physician, an MD or a DO, who specializes in the clinical lab, which basically is any fluid specimen, including blood specimens. When you go to the hospital and you have your blood test and it gets sent to the lab, the clinical pathologist is ultimately responsible for the quality of your lab tests and quality, and basically that's it.
And so the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, did that cover the date of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And again, what was your title and what was your job at Good Samaritan in the month of January 2022?
I was the chief of pathology at the time and laboratory medical director.
What did you do as the laboratory medical director?
Laboratory medical director, basically, the laboratory medical director is responsible for the ultimate quality of any, either whether it's a biopsy, somebody's biopsy, or lab result. The laboratory medical director has to make sure that the final result is of excellent quality. So there are many different things that we need to make sure that things that are in place, as far as need to make sure we have the correct amount of workers. You want to have enough workers. You want to make sure they're competent. So as many, there are policies for competency for all the lab techs and phlebotomists and even pathologists. So basically, the laboratory medical director, if something goes wrong, it's ultimately his or her fault.
And the lab at Good Samaritan, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by what body?
We are accredited, or Good Samaritan is accredited by the, we call it the CAP. It's a College of American Pathologists. They are considered the preeminent accrediting body for hospitals. They've been around for probably 70 plus years or so.
What is accreditation? What does that mean?
Accreditation is basically something that says that your laboratory is following guidelines and providing excellent quality. To be accredited with the CAP, every 2 years we have a laboratory inspection. They don't tell you when they're coming. They will give you a 3-month window, and they'll come and inspect you to make sure we have a good quality lab. Each section of the lab, pathology, the clinical lab, microbiology, chemistry, hematology, the CAP has a checklist with numerous requirements that one needs to fulfill. There are probably over 3,000 items that they look at.
And was your laboratory at Good Samaritan, was the accreditation up to date on January 29th, 2022?
we were accredited, still are.
Now, in Good Samaritan Medical Center, when a blood test is ordered, what types of things is the lab testing for?
I think the most common tests that are performed when you go and you have your blood test is one is chemistry, a chemistry test where we sodium, potassium, chloride, glucose.
What did I return to?
Well, this man who, in my headcanon, takes home samples to play with them, he's explaining what he does at his job.
If I recall correctly, he's one of the guys that has something to do with the alcohol blood content. He tested the blood and got the numbers.
It's like Zach says, he has definitely bought certificated.
Certified.
He's boring.
Yes.
There were no survivors in his dissertation. They all passed away from boredom.
In the first trial, Bev yelled at him repeatedly to speak up and eventually had to turn the AC off because nobody could hear him.
Potassium chloride, saline solution.
We also, a common test is a CBC or a complete blood count, where we look at your red blood cells and your white blood cells and your platelets. Those are the two most common tests.
And why is blood testing ordered in the course of medical treatment at a hospital?
When you're admitted to the hospital, usually you're sick, so the physician is usually a standard, ordering chemistry and CBC to see if there are any clues in those tests that could help the doctor take care of you. If they look at a BUN and creatinine, maybe if they're elevated, you either could it be dehydrated or have renal failure. If you look at liver function tests, maybe there's something wrong with your liver. So it's just a general, a good look at the patients to see if there are any clues that could help them.
And as far as the blood testing results are concerned, how does that assist either a doctor or a clinician in treatment and diagnosis?
Basically, what I just said. If there's nothing, if the results are normal, that sometimes helps too. Rules things out if they're normal. If they do a CBC and look at the hemoglobin and it's low and patient's anemic, maybe.
Now I remember why I don't remember him, because he doesn't talk about this case. What, if anything, does anemic people have to do with Karen Reed backing up, hitting John O'Keefe at 24.3 miles per hour?
He's just there to demonstrate that his facility is capable of making the blood test. Somebody else did the actual blood test.
Yeah, I thought it was a younger man that did the blood test, the actual blood test.
Yeah, young black guy.
Yeah.
I love that Marissa is so bored, so she's doing, what did we do at last trial?
The patient might need a transfusion. So there are many different case scenarios where the results can help the provider, the clinician.
Now, with reference to alcohol, does the Good Samaritan Medical Center, do they also test alcohol within the blood?
Yes, we do.
And why would that assist medical treatment and diagnosis?
I think if a physician is...
No, this isn't the guy who did the alcohol content extrapolation calculations. Because that's the young black guy who said, I didn't do it. I just plugged it into the computer, what they gave me from the hospital. And that's how I reached the result that she has a low of 137 and a high of 2 something. There's 136% discrepancy between the two numbers. And he also admitted that
she could be an outlier from that. He also admitted that those numbers and calculations are based on a percentage of the population, and that no one individual could specifically be guaranteed to be in those ranges.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wanting to know if somebody's been drinking or has alcohol on board, or maybe not. Maybe that patient has ingested maybe drugs of abuse. So they'll test for alcohol to see, one, if it's positive.
Wait, are there drugs of happiness?
And if it is, then
not drugs of
it
abuse.
helps confirm that the patient has been drinking.
Well, it's happiness for you, but it could be a problem for others. Again, don't do the Jamie thing. I'm just saying, we've seen it now very close what happens. Jamie, we will have an intervention at some point.
Now, are there any policies and protocols at Good Samaritan Medical Center with reference to how blood is taken and how blood is tested?
Yes, we have numerous policies. We have one policy specifically for phlebotomists. Those are laboratory technicians who draw the blood. So we have a policy for them to explain.
I think Alan Jackson, no, Miss Little, maybe?
Exactly what they need to do. And also in the laboratory, we have numerous policies basically for any tests that we provide. And so we have a policy for alcohol testing as well.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm placing before you two sets of documents. Just ask you to review those generally and look up when you're finished. And do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what is contained within each of those two sets of documents?
Okay. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection. This is the policy that I was mentioning, specifically designed for our phlebotomist to detail the procedure of the blood draw. Basically goes through one of the most important parts of the process is correct patient identification, where we need to correctly identify the patient. We have the patient state his or her first and last name, stated out loud to make sure it matches which the patient that we're trying to draw. And then we also match up the bracelet to the medical record number on the patient's bracelet. So one of the most important things is correct patient identification. The rest of this policy goes on and just pretty much details what to do next, including finding the veins, cleaning the site.
Last time I went into the ER, I got an ethanol test and a 12-panel tox screen free of charge, and notice lazy doctors just don't want to solve the problem. Yeah, and Anime Roompe says American cars can go from 0 to 483 kilometers an hour in 200 meters in less than 3 seconds. That's something we can't do in Europe.
That has some information on if there are any complications. So
we don't measure in kilometers.
Entire process of the blood draw. The second one is our alcohol policy.
I love that that was the part that bothered me.
Pretty much details in detail what goes on behind the scenes for an alcohol blood test in our hospital.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, Caldwell, so you can introduce in a minute the next two exhibits.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Brennan.
Your Honor, for the record,
I just figured out that was you.
patient preparation for specimen collection is the next exhibit in line.
All right.
And the ETOH policy would be the next exhibit number 37.
Mostly in Greenland, but you're going to take care of that problem, boss.
Now, doctor, what types of precautions are in place at Good Samaritan with respect specifically to alcohol testing in the blood?
It's his dad's. He's really happy. And I don't know who this guy is, but he looks like Pee-wee Herman.
He kind of does.
Oh my gosh, Sheldon from Big Bang Theory.
And I don't know why the two screens are different, but on my screen over here, no, you can see it here. What, if any, is Lally's blood pressure right now?
Look, it's not his fault. He was sleeping in the gazebo this weekend and it only sunburnt his neck.
It's so red, it's purple.
He looks like someone hit him in the neck, and his ear, it's all white down here and it's all red up here. He has terrible blood flow. Brother, talk to Mr. Death on this stand when you're done and say, can we check if the 40... Yeah, I don't know what his name is. I stoned it out. I'm really trying to fill time so I can speed it up to 1.5. And can we check out my arteries? Because I think they're pretty clogged because my diet during this trial will be coffee and 40 Marlboro Reds a day.
Virginia Slims. I'm telling you.
How are his hands pale and his neck is?
Because he smokes so much, he has really bad circulation, I think.
I've just never seen blood pool in someone's neck before.
It's a weird play to start blushing. I'll say that much.
But I never seen that your earlobe is white and the top of your is this. You can draw a line.
He is such the meme. I bet you're wondering how I got here.
Winston.
What smokes is he?
I'm telling you, I really do think he smokes Marlboro Lights. I do.
Well, I should say taking the blood sample from the patient.
Yes, one of the major things we need to do with taking somebody's blood for alcohol is to obviously not use an alcohol swab. Normally, when you have your blood test, they cleanse the area with a swab that contains alcohol. So in our policy is a specific statement that says, do not use alcohol swab because potentially, when you're drawing the blood, if you suck up some of that residual alcohol, you could cause a false positive. So we have in our policy, and it's every hospital should have the same policy where we use a.
If Lally is a smoker, yeah. You can see there's pictures out there where he's sucking that bad boy to get every little ounce of nicotine out of it.
Hey, those are like $80 a pack. I'm just saying, I'd be out there for the last whiff too.
I don't think we're going to get any testimony. We're getting testimony right now, Snuggy.
I didn't think.
Swab.
I'm surprised.
A swab that has no alcohol. We call them a moist towelette. That's what we refer them to. Also, in the emergency room, my supervisor pretty much removed probably 95% of all the alcohol swabs. So just in case the phlebotomist forgets to not use an alcohol swab, they are hard to find. We need to keep a few there because we need to use alcohol wipes on certain tests like blood cultures and stuff like that. So,
when were the alcohol swabs removed from the emergency department?
It was before my time.
Fair to say prior to January 29th, 2022?
Correct.
What is a phlebotomist and what do they do?
So phlebotomist is a healthcare professional who specializes in drawing blood. So they're the ones who are trained, competent, and know what to do when they draw a patient's blood.
What kind of training do phlebotomists receive at Good Samaritan?
We try to hire phlebotomists who have been trained. It's just easier. So they can have a high school background, but if we train on site, they just need to be trained on the proper protocol, proper procedures, and demonstrate competency.
Is there any sort of proficiency testing related to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan?
There's no proficiency testing for phlebotomists, but there's competency assessments. So with phlebotomists or any laboratory technician or even pathologists, there are strict guidelines for competency. We have to always make sure people know what they're doing, and it's a CLIA or a federal government regulation or requirement. So when anybody first starts in a hospital, the requirements are one, initial training. You can't let anybody come in on their without not knowing what they're doing. So we have to document that they have the initial training and they're competent in. Then the law says 6 months from that, we do another competency assessment where we look at 6 elements of competency defined by CLIA. And 6 months from that, 1 year from the start date, is another competency. And then after that, it's annual thereafter. And that goes for phlebotomists, and it goes for any laboratory technician.
Doctor, once the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, what happens then?
The phlebotomist will draw it at the time. They need to have the specimens labeled in the patient's room because you don't want the phlebotomist to mislabel. So everything gets labeled at the patient's bedside with an initialed and with a phlebotomist initial and date and time. That blood test will then be sent to the lab. In this case, the blood was drawn in the emergency room, so it gets packaged into a plastic bag and sent in a pneumatic tube.
This is at
up to the laboratory.
1.5, and he's still.
Once it's sent to the laboratory, what happens with the sample from there?
Wait till he gets to explain
Once
the
we
centrifuge.
receive it, it's called receiving the specimen. There will be a technician who then goes into the computer, enters the phlebotomist's name from the tube into the computer system, enters the time, and the technologist will look and see what was ordered, and then do the appropriate next step from
unnecessary
based on what was
explanation
ordered.
of a machine that spins
And in a case in
blood
which
out of the
alcohol is one of the items that are ordered, what is the next step as far as the testing goes?
So the next step with alcohol testing, we use a specific tube, so the phlebotomist would know what tube to use. It would be a light green tube that has lithium heparin in it. It's an anticoagulant. We don't want so that's why we use an anticoagulant. So the first step when testing for alcohol is that the test is designed to be performed on serum or plasma.
No, it's a phlebotomist.
Phlebotomist.
It's a blood draw expert that we prefer that they seen a school building from the inside, but we'll take anything in Massachusetts.
Yeah, a lobotomist is a much worse job that hasn't happened since like the 70s or 80s or something.
Yeah.
I'm just backing it up and dropping and popping on it, that like button, as the kids would say, since everyone else is too lazy. Thank you. Just another Aussie.
And to get that, the next step would be to centrifuge the blood. A centrifuge is a machine that spins the blood rapidly. Spin it at around 3,300 RPMs, which is pretty fast, rotations per minute. And the reason why we spin it, because centrifugation will allow it to separate the blood components based on the density. So heavier stuff like the red blood cells will go to the bottom, and the lighter stuff like the watery component of the blood will go to the top, and some of the white cells go into the middle. But for alcohol testing, we are targeting the top part of the blood component, which would be plasma.
And then once it goes through the centrifuge process, what happens then?
So once it's centrifuged, we have the separation of the blood components. We have the plasma ready to be tested. So that technologist will walk the specimen over. It's probably 10 feet from there, and put it onto our Roche Cobas machine. That's our machine that performs our chemistries as well as alcohol testing. It goes onto a machine. All the testing is basically inside of a black box. And the label present on the blood tube will dictate what the Roche machine will test. So based on the barcode label, once it's on our machine, it knows what test to do, and it will perform an alcohol test.
And Dr. Ford, our stenographer, do you know how to spell that Roche Cobas machine that you were just referencing?
So R-O-C-H-E, Roche, and Cobas, C-O-B-A-S.
Thank you, sir. May I approach on?
Yes.
After showing you another series of documents again, if you just look at that and look up on your. Do you recognize those records, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those?
These are the medical records of Karen Reed.
And sir, is there an indication within those records as far as the date of treatment for Ms. Reed?
Yes, there's a bunch of dates in here.
As far as the treatment is concerned, sir?
Yes.
And what is the date of treatment?
Oh, 1/9/22.
Sorry, is that 29/22?
That's what it says on this. Admit data says
He's worse than me when I have to work on that screen.
Thank you, sir. That's fine. Doctor, if I could direct your attention further into the document to a previously tabbed portion, do you see any indication in there as far as a result for alcohol testing?
Your glasses are on top of your head, sir.
But he has the same problem as me. My glasses is for viewing, not for reading. So I have to switch them up every time I read. But I don't have that problem. I can still see at an okay distance. Imagine coming into him and say, we have your results. Let me just read them to you. Can I get a second opinion, please?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
And with respect to that result, have you reviewed these records prior to today?
Yes, I did.
And if you could, explain to the jury sort of the timeline from this blood sample as far as, let's start with first when it was ordered?
It's not DUI guy and Karen, it's DUI guy and that Bao guy.
So when it was ordered, it was 9:03 in the morning.
And when was it taken, sir?
The blood test was taken 5 minutes later, so 9:08.
And then what happened, or what is the next time that something of any significance happened with it?
5 minutes from that, 9:13, we received it, and 9:53 in the morning, the result was entered into the computer. So it was ordered at 9:03, and I believe it was 9:53. The results were in the computer.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce and admit as next exhibit.
Any objection, Ms. Little? All right, thank you.
Your Honor, may I return to the doctor?
Yes.
I'll bet you a point or comma will disappear once or twice in his.
Doctor, what was the result of the testing for alcohol in the defendant's blood when it was taken shortly after 9 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
Thanks. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Little?
Oh, Miss Little.
Good afternoon, Dr. Fowler.
Oh, good afternoon.
The Good Samaritan lab is a clinical lab, not a forensic lab. Is that right?
Correct.
And hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating an individual's blood alcohol concentration. Is that right?
I would say 99.9% of the time we are not in the legal business. We are testing alcohol for the diagnosis of alcohol intoxication. But occasionally a case may come, very rare, to a hospital, and it ends up being a legal case. It's not common, I think uncommon.
And you'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are conducted by law enforcement, right?
Yes.
The purpose of testing in a clinical setting is to assist in the diagnosis and treatment of a patient, right?
Correct.
And physicians need to analyze blood quickly. They need to get the results so they can see what's in a patient's system and then effectively and efficiently treat that patient, right?
Correct.
Whereas in a forensic setting, tests for blood alcohol concentration are designed to produce results that are reliable and credible for use in court, correct?
Correct.
You testified earlier today that your lab is accredited by CAP, which is the College of American Pathologists. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
But CAP is a clinical laboratory accreditation, not a forensic accreditation, right?
We don't have the forensic accreditation for Good Samaritan.
In fact, Good Samaritan has never been investigated or accredited by any forensic accreditation team to ensure that you perform all of your tests with the integrity necessary to support results in court, right?
We've never had the forensic accreditation, but we have very good quality lab results, which I could go into further.
But you've never been accredited by a forensic accreditation team, right?
No.
And the lab at Good Samaritan has never been accredited by the ANSI, which is the National Accreditation Board known as ANAB. Are you familiar with that organization?
No.
Are you aware that ANAB is the forensic accreditation body that in the United States that ensures that laboratories' procedures meet the minimum standards necessary to ensure results are reliable and credible for use in court?
Sustained.
Why can't they ask that?
Now, the most reliable method of forensic ethanol testing is called head-space gas chromatography, or HSGC. Are you familiar with that process?
Yes.
And HSGC is the method that's used by forensic labs to test for blood alcohol content, right?
Correct.
And that's because forensic tests require the testing of whole blood for the presence of alcohol, right?
Correct.
Can you briefly, just for the jury, describe sort of the difference between a whole blood test and a serum test?
Oh, this is going to get in detail
Sure.
for no reason.
So whole blood, to put it simply, when you have your blood drawn, you see.
It's a new trial, Brandon.
He's got to go through it all again.
Oh, can Bev call a mercy kill for Friday? I mean, a mercy done.
The scientist that actually did the test is a much better option for all this explaining nonsense. This guy's just like the head of the department, so he's super detail oriented when he doesn't necessarily have to be, and it's painful to listen to.
Yeah.
The fluid coming out, all red. That's whole blood. We don't do anything to it. We don't spin it down. We don't centrifuge it. That is whole blood. That is the specimen of choice for forensic blood ethanol testing. Hospitals, on the other hand, our methodology, which is just as good as the forensic headspace gas chromatography, is based on looking at the serum or the plasma. So we don't, that's what when I explained that we need to centrifuge it, take the liquid portion off the top. So in the hospital, we test it on the serum or the plasma. Now, did you ask me the difference? You want me to go into the difference?
That's enough, Doctor. Thank you.
Okay,
I'll ask some additional questions to kind of clarify. And in a forensic lab, they actually require the testing of whole blood, correct?
Correct.
And HSGC directly measures ethanol in the blood.
Correct.
And this method is designed to be accurate and reliable for forensic purposes for use in legal proceedings, correct?
Correct.
But the testing in this case was performed using the hospital's clinical chemistry machine instead of a forensically defensible method like HSGC, right?
Correct.
And that clinical chemistry machine performs what you just testified to, a serum test, right?
Serum or plasma.
Serum or plasma. And hospitals use serum or plasma testing because it's actually quicker and more efficient than HSGC, right?
Yes, it's less labor intensive. It's easy to automate, but at the same time, very, very good and very accurate.
But serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. It instead measures the presence of what's called NADH, right? Yes, I'll repeat that. That was my fault. Serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. Instead, it measures the presence of NADH. Is that right?
Almost.
Well, NADH is a byproduct of alcohol, right?
Correct. I can go into the testing how methodology that we use to explain it if you want me to.
Well, serum testing measures the presence of NADH, correct?
It measures the rate of change of NADH production, so it doesn't actually look at just NADH, and it measures the rate of production, and I can go into more detail on that. Alcohol testing in the lab is correct.
I'll ask you some additional
Okay,
questions
sure.
about NADH, and we'll
Sure.
get there.
Yep.
So you can do this now, but let the doctor answer his question fully. Next question, okay? And
He did,
following
Bev. Shut up.
Yeah. He answered the question and then said, I can go into more detail. Then
Right.
it's not an answer to this question. It's an extrapolation of the question to something else because he couldn't answer it.
He finished the question. He stopped speaking. She moved on. Don't.
Objection.
Doctor, the higher the NADH in a patient's system, the higher the serum test result, correct?
That may not be correct, no. It's a rate of change of NADH production based on our methodology. I can go into that. So our test system is a little bit different than the forensic testing system, but it's also very good and very accurate and almost.
No one asked
when
you
we
that.
compare our methodology to the headspace, we get the exact same results, and when we compare and with peer laboratory comparisons. But what we do is and I think the jury needs to know this. Maybe some of you might understand the chemistry behind it, but we do.
I doubt it.
We take the patient's sample, and it's based on we add because when there's alcohol in the specimen. We add, actually, in the test system, alcohol dehydrogenase. It's the same enzyme that's in the patient's body. In addition, we add a surplus of NAD to it. NAD is similar to NADH. They get converted back and forth. So when we put it on our test system, it's alcohol dehydrogenase is in there. And what happens is when there's alcohol, it combines with NAD that we add to it. It creates NADH. And then in our machine, there's a spectrophotometer, which can monitor the rate of NADH production over baseline. And we use, some.
Sorry, I know I shouldn't do that constantly because people are whining that people. Is anyone picking up what he's putting down?
My test is just as good as their test. We just don't use it for legal reasons, but it's still really good.
But she just said an incomplete sentence. And in the middle of it, I start thinking, oh, it's Friday. We're going to do the Brandon beer. And should I do the unboxing today or maybe tomorrow?
I'm gonna
What?
get a beer now.
Oh, he's still talking. Oh my God, this guy. This guy, instead of using Kool-Aid, he should just give a lecture whenever you think your Smex cult needs a little calling.
Thing that measures a photometer that measures the NADH production. It looks at light in this physics and looks at 340 nanometers, and it's pretty accurate. It will monitor. It will tell you, it will tell the system how much NADH is produced, and that amount is directly proportional to the alcohol in the patient sample. So it's a very, very accurate test, but there are some limitations that I can go into.
So wait for another question.
Okay.
Next question, Ms. Little.
Yes, so serum testing can be subject to errors, right? And there are limitations.
There are some limitations that I can explain, just like headspace gas chromatography.
Don't let this
may
man
have some
speak.
limitations.
Shut up, sir.
But I can go into them.
Next question.
What are some of the limitations of
Of
the serum testing?
Okay. So the serum test, as with many tests in the laboratory, different things can interfere with our laboratory tests. And the three most common ones, which are unlikely to affect ethanol testing, is we abbreviated HIL. We want to look at those three things. One is hemolysis, which is H, and the other one is I, icterus, which is high bilirubin, and the third is L for lipids. High lipids will interfere with alcohol testing or with any testing based on that same methodology. Our machine, the Roche-Kobash machine, and all the machines out in the market today are very sophisticated. If we have elevated levels of any H or I or L, it will flag it and raise the potential for a problem. The next thing on the list is that our alcohol testing is not absolutely specific for ethanol. There are two possible other alcohols that can cross-react. One is propanol and butanol. But then it goes clinical history to the patient.
Who do I call this to and make this stop?
Alcohols. And third is there's some unusual hematologic malignancies like Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia that can interfere. So it's always have to correlate with a clinical situation. The next one, sometimes there can be patients who make make their own alcohol. So very rarely, some patients may truly have a positive result. That could be from
Autobrewery syndrome is not common. Autobrewery syndrome is not common. This man is ridiculous.
You're muted, bud. You're still muted, bud. Still muted.
You continue to be muted. Is this a?
I was just saying that auto alcohol making in the system. I met Little D, and she said it's totally a thing, even though she's absolutely not related to Popcorn Sutton. In her family, they just grew a still out in the woods to produce their own alcohol. That's it's prevalent across the South that their body will spring a still out in the woods. It's a medical disease. It's not bootlegging. This is boring.
Why isn't Bev stopping this? Bev stops at like 20 minutes before the end of the day most days, and
She
she's
only
like
stops
right up.
it when the defense is doing something good. When the defense is putting on boring testimony from this guy, she's not going to stop that. She's going to let the jurors fall asleep.
But that's really bad for the state because no one can. They're going to go home after this thinking, I would rather pinch myself. No, someone said removing nose hair one by one. People will go home and give themselves a Brazilian, male or female, with pinchers after this, just to get some sensation back in their body. It's
The
also
one time where
problematic.
photos and it didn't happen does not count. Keep those photos to yourself.
Yeah, we don't need to see those photos, Brandon.
Our test or
Not
headspace,
again,
they
anyway.
make their own. So we have to rule that out. It's a rare condition. And the next one is one that's in the literature,
on?
which is
That's
LDH
awkward.
and lactic acid. If a patient has a markedly elevated LDH or lactic acid, those one is an enzyme and the other one is an acid, that can cause false positives. Now,
If I can stop you there, doctor, I think
Oh.
those were the four that you identified, the four limitations: the lactic acid, the hematoma.
Yeah.
If I could just
Go
ask
ahead
you a
and ask
few-
your next question.
If I could ask you a few more questions about LDH and lactic acid.
Sure.
You're aware, Dr. Fowler, of the medical literature establishing that the presence of LDH and lactic acid can lead to falsely elevated serum readings, correct?
Yes, please.
Correct.
And that's because lactic acid or LDH actually forms NADH.
Lactic acid, I'll have to go into a little bit of chemistry. Lactic acid and LDH, lactate dehydrogenase, they both act on each other. And LDH and lactic acid needs NAD plus to break it down. So in theory, when you're testing a serum, a plasma for blood alcohol, if there's extra LDH or high levels of LDH, high levels of lactic acid, you add it to the test system, and then Roche throws in, or Siemens throws in the NAD, it will form NADH. That was first documented, I think, back in the older versions of these ethanol testings back in the 1990s, when they stumbled on, they were looking for biomarkers or reasons in kids with SIDS, little babies, and they found that two of these babies had a positive alcohol. But
Doctor, if I could just ask the next question, if that's okay.
Sorry.
So in other words, NADH, studies have found, can actually be formed by certain biomechanical processes other than the presence of alcohol, right?
yes,
Are you aware that the National Institute of Health has found that liver diseases, kidney diseases, muscle injury, trauma, and even anemia are some of the health conditions that can lead to a rise in serum LDH levels?
yes,
Are you aware that Ms. Reed was severely anemic in January of 2022?
Sustained.
Are you aware that the medical literature has also found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in
You're welcome, Inspire. You are
NADH
welcome.
levels as compared to controls?
I'm going to allow that.
I haven't read anything specifically related to the NADH level, but but I want to go back to the point where our laboratory, our testing is not based.
Let him finish his answer.
It's not. It's the rate of change of NADH. So if somebody has NADH on board, I believe it's not going to affect the result. It's the rate of change, and it basically, back to the anemia. I haven't read or heard of that.
That was stricken. That was not allowed.
It all goes, and the LDH, the NADH doesn't matter. So looking at multiple sclerosis patients, they can have elevated LDH and lactic acid, but it's not to the extent that it can.
She has multiple sclerosis. Thank you, Sue, for
She does have
contributing to
MS.
the swear jar.
Yes, but this is
Side
also
note.
on a spectra, and if hers was high enough that it did bump her up a level or several levels, that's going to completely change the quantitative equations that you have to calculate back for the, approximate blood alcohol.
Yeah.
You would have to do a control on Karen to see how her body actually processed alcohol or a Friday, and then, do blood draws then.
Yeah, he could. Yeah, just ask him what if any is alcohol, and this guy would be talking for 2 days.
Side note: you can get NADH supplements.
Isn't that the stuff Joe Rogan takes?
Possibly. It's supposed to improve energy and mental acuity.
I thought it was supposed to make you high.
I don't know if it does that.
Or is that MDMA? Look, I don't do
That's MDMA.
chemistrology.
That's very different. Very different.
Yeah, that's why it's such a
Or
wide
Run
ass range
DMC.
that's inapplicable. Yeah, again, it's 136% difference between the lowest and the highest number, which would in any other test render it unusable.
Interfere with the alcohol levels. There was a study, maybe 7-10 years ago.
Your Honor, there's no question pending.
You asked him about a study, if he was aware of the studies.
I asked, and that's a yes or no question. And he's
All right, Doctor, we're going to hold that there for you and ask the next question.
Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD Through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center of Healthy Brain Aging by the University of New South Wales? Which...
New South Wales?
Sure.
Hey, I'll see
Doctor,
something.
have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD Levels Through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center for Healthy Brain Aging by the School of Psychiatry at the University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia, which specifically found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
I'll strike the part of what the article held. Is he aware of the article?
No, I'm not, to be honest, no.
He's like, wait, what?
Dr. Fowler, did you consider Ms. Reed's anemia and multiple sclerosis condition when you conducted the alcohol tests on January 29, 2022?
No, we don't. No.
And again, serum tests like the ones conducted in this case don't test for ethanol. They only test for NADH, right?
We test for the rate of change of NADH production.
And Dr. you did a number of other tests on Ms. Reed on January 29, 2022. You tested for additional drugs, not just alcohol.
Most
correct?
videos testing will show
Correct.
NAD
And all of those
equals
results
MDMA.
were negative.
Thank you, Brendan.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
So they never tested her ethanol. They just tested the byproduct that would come from
The
breaking it down.
NADH, NAD plus.
Doctor, are you aware, I know your lab at Good Samaritan did not do this process, but are you aware through your training and experience of any sort of mathematical conversion that can be done from a serum reading in milligram per deciliter to a blood alcohol concentration of whole blood?
I'm going to allow it. The door was open.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I am aware. Yep.
And please describe what you're aware of with reference to that.
Well, with blood alcohol concentrates goes to, when it's in your blood, it goes more to the watery components of your blood. So when I described the process earlier, whole blood is before we spin it. And when we test the plasma, which is specifically testing the watery component. Now, people have done studies like how much percentage of water is a serum versus whole blood. Basically, to put it simple, there's a higher percentage of water in the serum versus whole blood. So a hospital result will always be a little bit higher than a test on whole blood. It can be, I think the ratio, the conversion factor is anywhere from 1.1 to 1.18. So it could be 18% or 11% higher in serum versus whole blood.
It could help them understand, but that means you need to know what MS does. That's not everyone does that. I don't know what MS does other than that it's a muscle degenerative disease that one of my buddies have, and I don't. He's always looked like kind of a doink face to me. So
it has neurological
and
impacts.
it's really rare men get it. What they're doing is adding reagents to mimic your body's enzymes and measuring the rate of change in byproduct. That's not courtroom worthy. Well, that's why it's not forensically tested.
Well, and if you heard him talk, he said there's a range between 1.2 and 1.8 as far as the differentials. So if you have that big a differential, then it's not forensic. It could be a good test, but it's not forensic.
And this is something Larry DUI brought to the attention of the lawyers. He apparently uses it a lot with success in DUI cases.
But we don't do it. That's what I read. I will defer that to the experts.
Now, doctor, you were referencing in your cross-examination about a study that you were aware of about 10 years ago or so regarding MS and alcohol testing. Is that correct?
It was more on MS, looking at the results of lactic acid and LDH to see how high the levels of lactic acid can go in a group of multiple sclerosis patients. When reviewing that, we found that the range went from some normal range, 16% of the multiple sclerosis patients had normal lactic acids, but the remainder had elevated levels. But those levels were not anywhere near the required levels to produce a false positive. our package inserts and for the Roche testing system. The Roche has it's an FDA-approved test, and they have to do in-depth, detailed testing before they allow any hospital to do a test. And they have listed levels of lactic acid beyond which the test would not be reliable. But the results, based on this study of 600 multiple sclerosis patients, 2 big centers in Italy and 1 in the Netherlands, show that the highest level of lactic acid in the MS patients did not achieve, didn't get close. Usually patients with MS that are asymptomatic can have normal or low normal levels, and slightly elevated. It was the ones that had more symptoms that had elevated levels up to, I think the highest was 6.5 millimoles per deciliter, which is not high enough to interfere with our result.
Now, with respect to the lab at Good Samaritan Medical Center, the interference that you were speaking about earlier on cross-examination, what would happen if any of those types of interference were to occur during the course of the testing?
No, I'll allow it.
The 3 main ones, which I detailed earlier, is the hemolysis, icterus, and lipemia. Our machines are sophisticated. It will detect it and say, it will flag it and say, please do not result it, or we'll have a disclaimer saying, interpret this result with caution. The results may not be accurate. And it hardly ever happens with alcohol testing. But if it did, we would get a result like that. And
I lost roughly 300 viewers since this guy started talking.
Probably wouldn't report it.
And from your review of the defendant's medical record, specifically her testing from January 29th, did you notice any interference or any reports like that in her record?
No.
Now, the testing that you're doing at Good Samaritan is in relation to patients such as that might have cancer or heart disease or something like that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were talking or started to speak on cross-examination about the good quality lab results that you have from your lab, and you wanted to go into that further. Could you please expound upon that for the jury now?
No expounding. Stop.
We have you mentioned proficiency testing before. So all hospital laboratories accredited by the CAP or have to participate in proficiency testing. What that means is that every 3 times a year, and they give us 5 unknown samples. And we have to test it, report it back to CAP, which also reports back to the government. And we have to basically get the correct answers. And with alcohol testing, it's probably one of the best tests in the laboratory. Always have right on the money results. But at the same time, we're also able to look at results of all the other labs that participated in this proficiency testing. So we can look at different methods.
Elphys Haven, I actually have my letter opener close to me. And I'm not thinking about it. Don't, just because I have that look in my face, I'm not thinking about it. Remember, the emergency number in Denmark is 112.
112. I should write that down.
Just in case you see something.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it could come.
Like he's on an island somewhere. I don't know which one.
Yeah, he's in Denmark. His neighbor is from Kenya, and he hates his HOA. Oh, we know where.
My Dutch friend in Denmark. He needs help.
So, not having seen the first trial, did he testify then? Yes, he did. Was it this exciting? Yes, it was.
Yes.
And again,
yes.
I again put it at 1.5 speed when he speaks.
You can look at labs that have the same method as us to see how we're doing. And usually with this proficiency testing, we have 3,000 labs across the nation that have the same methodology as us, so we can compare to them. And also, interestingly, we can see the labs that are using headspace gas chromatography. And out of interest, we can see, how do we compare? And we have exactly the same results on these proficiency testings. We also look at some statistics as well, not going into them, but we can look at some stats like standard deviations and STs. And actually, the hospitals with enzymatic testing have slightly better stats with that compared to Headspace. Pretty close, but a little bit better.
And Doctor, from your review of the defendant's medical records and the blood testing in this case, was that done in conformity with policies and protocols at Good Samaritan?
We have policies in place that be followed, and there's no reason not to think that somebody didn't follow policy.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else, Ms. Little? No questions. All right, Doctor, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
One more witness. Holy moly. But it's
You've got to
12
be
o'clock.
kidding
Do you have
me.
another witness, Mr. Brennan?
I do. Commonwealth calls Jason Becker.
Jason Becker. And my ass isn't that bumpy as the scarecrow. Interesting.
Who the hell is this guy?
What the hell are we doing here?
Jason Becker. There's two looks in Canton. Either you're a bald fat guy or you look like Sam the Eagle.
Who is
The
this guy?
inbreeding has to stop, friends.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jason Becker.
How old are you?
I am 36 years old.
Do you live in the area?
I do. I live in Canton.
Tell us a little bit about your education.
My education, high school and college UMass. And I
Who cares
went to
about
EMT
his
school over 10
education? I
years
want to
ago,
know how your nose gets that crooked.
and paramedic school.
That's amazing.
Tell me a little bit about EMT school. How old were you when you started EMT school?
I started
I knew he was
EMT school roughly 21 years old.
Why did you decide to go to EMT
Oh,
school?
he's the guy who did the report on
one of six labs.
the sector 12.
Tell us a little bit about
section
EMT school.
12.
What did it require?
EMT school is a couple months of classroom stuff, and then you do some ride time on the ambulance. Paramedic school is a little different, but a little extended. 2 years worth of training. You're doing hospital, ER time, and ambulance time also.
How long did you serve as an EMT before you went to paramedic school?
I worked as an EMT for approximately 5 years.
Can you estimate how many dozens or hundreds of calls you were on during that time?
Hundreds.
Why did you decide then to go get paramedic training?
I wanted to be on the fire department, and it was a prerequisite.
Did you complete paramedic school successfully?
I did.
Were you still working as an EMT at the time?
I was.
And inevitably, did you seek to have a different job? Did you try to be a firefighter?
I wanted to be a firefighter. Correct.
Were you successful in doing that?
I was.
Tell us a little bit about that, sir.
Be on the Canton Fire Department. So I got on the Canton Fire Department, and then they send you to the fire academy, where you train to be a firefighter.
So you had EMT training, paramedic training, and then firefighter training.
That's correct.
On the Canton Police Department, did you serve dual roles as a paramedic and as a firefighter?
Fire department?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Department.
Yes, sir. Firefighter and as a paramedic.
You served as a firefighter and a paramedic.
There is.
Is there one station that's larger or smaller than the other?
Station 1 is the headquarters, which is larger.
Had you ever spent time in Station 1 as a firefighter or a paramedic?
Oh, yeah, we rotate to both stations.
I want you to take us back to January 29th.
Is it glitchy for anybody else, or is it just me?
It's glitching for me.
Okay. I should be back. Okay, I'm gonna refresh my stream because my internet just dipped. So I'm just gonna refresh. I'm gonna fall out. Gonna come in. Mo,
Okay.
talk about that time. In Paris.
Ooh.
Is anyone really worried about these 90-pound EMTs? I mean, personally, I don't want to be rescued by a firefighter I have to shoulder carry out of the house.
I agree. I think that's one of the I don't know. You know what? If I'm being completely honest, it takes a special kind of weirdo to like run into a burning building. You know what I mean? Like to volunteer
Yeah.
for that. Like
I mean, to be fair, I am never going to Canton because, well, obvious reasons. But
he definitely
I'm just saying, if I were any fluffier, I mean, it'd need a team of 5 of them to cut out my wall so I could get out of my house.
This guy's eyes just look soulless.
Charlie's in the
he's seen
trees,
some
man.
shit.
You don't know what I saw, man.
He does. That's what he reminds me of. Like
You weren't there.
After photo of the World War II soldiers. You know what I mean?
He looks shell shocked. He does.
For real. He needs to eat.
2022. Were you working that evening?
I was.
What station were you assigned to?
Canton Station 2.
Well, that
Canton Fire Station 2?
Correct.
And that's the smaller of the two stations.
It is.
Were you working with anybody at Fire Station 2 that night?
My ambulance partner at the time was firefighter Dan Whitley.
Was there anybody else who was working at Fire Station 2 in addition to you and Dan Whitley?
Correct. There was an engine company with 3 guys on it.
3 people were assigned to
The engine, correct.
Were you and Dan Whitley assigned as partners for the day, the week?
Correct. Yes, we were.
Which was it, the day or the week, sir?
The week.
So for the entire week, you're partners with a person, and does that rotate on other assignments?
It does. It rotates.
So on this particular week, you were assigned as partners with Dan Whitley?
I was.
What were your roles between the two of you?
Well, at the time, he was my preceptor. I was a new paramedic at the time. So I was more or less the lead tech on all the calls.
Oh,
as
was
part of my
your
training.
leader? Dear Jesus, I think we figured out the problem. See, what you're gonna do is what we were gonna I was doing CPR. That was the trainer. I think we found the MFing problem.
That's why everything's wrong in Canton.
And Ken's been a paramedic for a long time, so he, he was there to teach me.
So would Dan Whitley be the lead on the call, and he would help you?
I would be the lead.
You would be the lead.
Correct.
Did you get a call that early morning hours of January 29, 2022?
We did.
What was the call assigned for?
It was a call for Section 12 psych eval.
Very briefly, can you tell us what a Section 12 is?
Sure. It's a transportation order filled out by police, doctor, basically for us on the ambulance that we have to take the patient, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, because they're a threat to themselves or someone else.
When you received the call for a Section 12, were you aware that there were other calls that Fire Station 1 had responded to that morning?
We were aware. You can hear the calls going out each station.
Were you or Dan Whitley any part of that earlier call that Fire Station 1 responded to before you got the call for the Section 12?
We were not.
So your efforts were after?
We were after, correct.
After you got the call to respond to a Section 12, did you head towards Fairview Road?
We did.
Tell us a little bit about the trip to Fairview Road.
It was a little extended because of the weather conditions at the time. Snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
Okay. How long did it take to get from Fire Station 2 to Fairview Road?
Approximately 8 to 10 minutes.
Who drove?
Firefighter Whitley.
Now, on the way to Fairview Road, do you sit in the front of the ambulance?
We do.
Take us to when you arrive to Fairview Road. What do you see?
You see a bunch of police lights.
Yeah, that's weird. He's the lead guy, but he's in training. Well, isn't that like when you become an airplane pilot, you have the good guy flying second chair sometimes, so he can take over.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Seems iffy to do that in medical situations, but right on.
I mean, I guess everyone has to have their first patient.
Yeah. The cops didn't just call her back. They got contacted by her parents who said, "We are afraid she would do something to herself." That's why she was Section 12.
Canton Engine 3 was already on scene, so we parked behind them.
Did you have it, without talking about what you spoke about, did you have a chance to speak to anybody at the scene?
We briefly spoke to the Canton police, and they briefed us and sent us to where the defendant was at the time.
Why do you have a conversation with other first responders at the scene before you do anything?
Just, they're making sure the scene is safe to begin with, and they're unseen first, so they have a little more info than what our dispatch would have.
After you had that debriefing with colleagues, were you directed to approach any certain person?
I was.
Where did you go?
I went to the defendant, who was sitting in a black SUV type car.
Were there other persons inside the car with the defendant?
From my understanding, there was one person in the driver's seat.
And what seat was the defendant in?
She was in the front passenger seat.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did.
And the person you spoke to who was in the passenger seat of that car, do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Could you point out and describe an article of clothing, please?
Miss Reed right there, she's in the blue, navy blue.
How long was your conversation with the defendant while she was still seated inside the vehicle?
Approximately 5 to 8 minutes.
At some point, did you and the defendant move to another location?
We did.
Where did you go?
So we went back in the ambulance.
He looks like he's made out of wax.
Yeah. And he looks like he has Pete Davidson's disease.
I don't know what it is, but buddy, with a nose that size, make sure you don't do it too much. He looks really clammy. He's got the black spots under his eye. I don't know. To me, kind of looks like he has the big C. I remember my mom looking like this sometimes. That wasn't a good look.
After having a conversation with her, was she cooperative going back to the ambulance with you?
She was.
And did you ask her to be seated in the ambulance?
I did.
Was she cooperative with that as well?
She was.
After she was seated in the ambulance, did you close
That's
the doors and get in?
interesting because
We did.
that's
When you
different.
say we, who was with you?
Me and firefighter Whitley.
Sorry?
So, according to firefighter Karen was trying to argue with them even going into the ambulance, like, look, I don't need to go. I don't know. So
Every step
we
of the
have,
way.
yeah, I mean, basically, according to she was a heifer from jump. Like, she didn't want to go. They had to coax her in there. They had to talk her down. Interesting.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, they did it both at the scene and at the hospital. They were worried because she was so irate.
So you and firefighter Whitley were in the back of the ambulance with Miss Reed. Who was going to drive the ambulance?
Firefighter Sam Park.
Where did he come from?
He was on the fire engine that was already on scene.
I want to ask you questions now about what you did in the back of the ambulance and some of the conversations that you had. Tell us what your role is once you have a patient in the back of the ambulance. What do you do next?
I mean, each patient's different. Depends on what the call is for. In this specific situation, it was more a psych eval. That's what we'll call for. Initial triage questions: is the patient cooperative, uncooperative, combative? I asked her name, her mental status, where she was. I asked if she was suicidal, and if she was, did she have a plan? Did she want to hurt anyone else? Those are some of the initial triage questions that I'd ask.
Why do you ask those questions?
Just to get a kind of a judgment on the patient, reading the patient.
What's your role at that point? Are you an investigator?
I'm not.
Are you in any way law enforcement?
I'm not.
So what's your focus when you're speaking to a patient?
It's basically hearing them speak, hearing their story. In this specific situation, we didn't know circumstances. We just knew that Miss Reed had found her husband, which she was calling dead on the side of the road. So it was a traumatic call.
So when you were there, you knew nothing about what had happened before you got there.
We did not.
And your role had nothing to do with any of that investigation?
We did not.
You were solely focused on caring for the patient?
Correct.
Did you have any other role other than caring for the patient?
Just making sure she got to the hospital safely. She didn't hurt herself.
During those conversations, are you and firefighter Whitley doing the same thing or different things?
Again, it depends on the call. I was lead tech, so I'm the one documented, giving a report to the nurses, the staff. So I was more kind of getting that information, my initial triage questions, and then just kind of sat and supported Miss Reed. And
Were you writing down information, technical information about status and health on a report?
I was, yes.
While you were doing that, was your colleague speaking to Miss Reed?
He was.
Did you have a chance at times to hear what they were speaking about?
Yeah, and no,
At other times, did you speak directly to Miss Reed?
I have.
Can you describe her demeanor or temperament?
Initially, she was agitated because she didn't feel like she needed to go to the hospital. She said the statement she made, she didn't mean. She just kind of said in jest because of the events that she went through. So she, but then there'd be periods in which she'd be calm, and then it would fluctuate. She would have like pressured speech, repetitive, but all in all, she was cooperative.
At some point, did you have a chance to speak to her directly about her mood?
About her mood?
About her mood.
I don't know if I understand the question.
Okay. Did she say anything to you about her last interaction with what she referred to as her husband?
Sustained.
Did she make any statements to you when you were giving her treatment or speaking to her about her husband?
I'll allow that. It came in.
So one of the reasons why
I just became the guy taking care of the what do you call it? Not the accountant, but the treasurer of the HOA. So no, thank you. No game playing because I don't want more positions. I want less. Thank you, Brendan.
We're saying suicidal stuff is because the last conversation she had with her husband at the time was an argument. I didn't feel like it was my role to really find out the details on what was said. But that's so she said to me.
That the last thing she said to him was an argument?
Yep.
Sustained.
Did she tell you what the argument was about?
She did not.
He just said no, you moron.
Inevitably, did you get a chance to bring her to the hospital?
We did.
Did you stay in the back of the ambulance with her?
I did.
Did you continue to have conversations with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear conversations or parts of conversations she was having with your colleague?
I had parts.
When you got to the hospital, what happens next?
So we brought Miss Reed into the hospital, registered her, bring it to the psychiatric section. Is it?
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Did you continue to hear conversations? I did. No further questions. Why tee it up that he kind of must have heard something and then he didn't hear anything? And the other guy was, yeah, we were fighting her in the back of the ambulance. I was going wailing with my elbow, and then my buddy came in, tranked her up twice. I had to headbutt her. She was screaming, kicking, and she was attacking the nurses. It was horrible. I felt really bad. There was no security. At some point, I had to say, hey, I don't legally carry this taser, but taser. And then I kneecapped her twice with my pew-pew. This guy's just like, yeah, she didn't feel like she needed a Section 12.
Hellfish Haven just sent me a Venmo with a U.S. flag and a ballistic helmet on it. Thank you, Hellfish Haven. Appreciate you, brother.
He also contradicted himself when he said he didn't know what happened at the scene, because earlier when Lally asked him, he said he was aware of what had happened at Fairview.
Yeah. Well, details.
If there's out of the two EMTs involved in the psych eval, this guy seems to be the more credible of the two.
Yeah, he didn't pat the stats as much as the other one.
Sorry, I said you look like a PTSD sufferer guy. You're okay with your crooked nose. I like you.
Yeah, I just want to give him a hug, and I don't hug people because
I
I'm
want
not
to give him a
good at
hug
it.
and a cheeseburger.
Yeah, maybe swaddle him and give him a cookie after.
Take him
Just
to
show
get a
him some
Baconator.
kitten videos, like that kitten lawyer video. Just like,
Good afternoon, Firefighter Becker.
Good afternoon.
When you first arrived at the scene, there was at least two Canton police officers there still.
Correct.
Do you remember their names?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulvaney.
Okay. Their cruiser was there. You said that an engine was still there.
Correct.
And was there another ambulance there, or the other ambulance had already left the scene? They cleared.
They had already transported to the hospital.
Remind me, you were in ambulance two.
I was ambulance 2.
Got it. You parked behind the SUV where you ultimately made contact with Miss Reed, correct?
I think it was more in front of the SUV because of the way the SUV was parked.
Got it. Got out of the ambulance, ultimately made contact with Miss Reed through the passenger door.
Correct.
Had a short conversation with her there.
I did.
You said it was maybe 5 to 8 minutes.
More than 5 minutes because of the weather conditions.
Okay, nothing of great consequence. I'm guessing just an initial, I think you called it sort of a triage assessment.
Well, it's more of just introducing myself and asking.
You misspelled candy, Brendan.
Good know how she was doing.
Got it. And then there was one other person in the cab of the vehicle as well.
There was.
Female, male.
Female.
So there are two females, one Miss Reed, one another female. Did you see any other civilian females out there?
I didn't see.
Okay,
But
so at least where you were, the contact that you had with Miss Reed and this other female, there was just two of them, not a third one.
from what I saw, correct.
Did you get the other female's name?
Not at the time. I did not.
Okay.
This is a legal process, so things will come up, especially because this has relevance. They won't talk about her having her tonsils removed when she was 12 if it has no relevance for the case.
By the way, have you since gotten her name?
Based on a conversation Firefighter Whitley and Miss Reed had back in the ambulance.
Got it. Okay. And who is that other person?
Miss Carrie Roberts.
Okay.
Roberts?
That bish.
When you first observed Miss Reed, did you note whether or not there was anything unusual about her physical appearance, meaning anything on her?
She did, yes.
Describe that to the jurors, please.
She had some blood around her mouth, her neck area.
At that point, were you concerned about, obviously you're concerned mainly about her safety and getting her safely to the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
Were you worried that that might be her blood?
She had said that she had given CPR to her husband.
Okay, you jumped a question ahead. I was going to say, did she tell you that it was in fact not her blood?
She did, so that kind of, in a way, ruled it out.
Okay.
No injury for me.
And you didn't notice anything about her that looked like she was physically injured, physically in harm?
I did not.
Okay. She indicated that she had given CPR, mouth-to-mouth, attempts at mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
She did.
And that would account for the blood on her face and in her hair and on her neck?
That's what she told me.
Okay. And based on your observations of her, you didn't have any reason to quarrel with that?
Correct.
You indicated that her tone was somewhat rapid and repetitive. Is that right?
It fluctuated. So at times it was, yes.
Did it appear to you at that time that she had gone through a pretty significant trauma, as best you were trained at the time?
Objection.
A little bit more of a foundation. I'll give it to you.
Sure. Have you ever, in your course of training, seen individuals who have gone through some sort of a traumatic event?
Frequently.
Frequently.
Everyone's different, though.
Understood. Obviously, everybody's got their own personalities and the way of dealing with those things, right?
Sure.
Have you been able to, through your training, assess whether, at least in your belief, your observations, if someone has gone through a relatively traumatic event, as opposed to just someone whistling down the sidewalk?
Yeah.
Okay. Did it appear at that time when you're interacting with Ms. Reed that she was showing the signs consistent of having gone through a trauma?
At the time, yes.
Okay. So hence the rapid speech, the repetitive speech, things of that nature.
Correct. For her. For the defendant, some people don't have rapid.
Understood.
speech.
I'm just talking about your observations of her at that time.
Yes, sir.
Her demeanor was consistent with having gone through a significant trauma.
For the situation, sure. Yes.
Okay. You said that she went from calmness to agitation. The agitation you accounted for being, I don't necessarily want to go to the hospital. I don't want to be sectioned, correct?
She felt like she didn't need to. It wasn't, she wasn't going to act on her comments about wanting to harm herself.
You called it, I think in a report, it's SI, suicidal ideation.
Correct.
That's obviously of great concern to you and your partners when you're assessing a patient, correct?
That's right.
You don't want to leave someone on their own if they're going to self-harm, correct?
That's correct.
You pretty quickly assessed, I'm guessing, Firefighter Becker, that she was not, in fact, in the position to self-harm. That I think you said that the statements that she originally made, if John dies, I don't want to live, were not necessarily at the level of actual suicidal ideation. Is that right?
Yeah, at the time I believed her because of the information we got and what she went through.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand your answer.
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Of course. It's probably my fault. At the time that you assessed her, even though she had made some comments about if John doesn't live, I don't want to live either, you did not elevate that to the level of her being suicidal at that moment.
So I couldn't rule it out, but
okay.
I didn't think it was a huge threat at the time.
Understood.
But we couldn't rule it out, so that's why we had to take her to the hospital.
Understood. I mean, you had a Section 12. You had to take her irrespective of what you ruled in or out, right?
Right.
Okay. Firefighter Whitley was with you in the back of the ambulance the entire time you were with Ms. Reed, correct?
Not the entire time. He was before we decided transporting. He was kind of in and out trying to find more, talking to the police officers, find more of a story of
talking to Carrie,
what happened,
okay.
why we're taking the defendant on a Section 12.
Once you and Ms. Reed were in the back of the ambulance, Firefighter Whitley then joined you in the back of the ambulance?
He did.
How much time lapsed?
It was a couple minutes at the most.
Okay, so it wasn't a lengthy amount of time.
It wasn't lengthy.
And he was with you during the transport, along with Ms. Reed, for the whole transport back to Good Sam?
Yes.
And you said on direct examination, I think your phrase was, all in all, she was cooperative with us.
For the majority of the transport, yes.
Okay. Never became combative, never got physical, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. She did refer to Mr. O'Keefe as her husband. You're in the medical field, correct?
Correct.
You were aware at the time that HIPAA rules would
I think the Russians are
child who
invading
isn't one of
Denmark.
those close family members, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You previously indicated on direct examination that I think your words were that Ms. Reed indicated that her last conversation she had with her husband was an argument, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified about that statement in other particulars, right? Other hearings.
I have.
You're paraphrasing. You didn't write down what she said about her previous interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, and you didn't record those on a tape recorder, correct?
I wrote
Brandon, it's always the last thing before we end, but thank you.
Down my report that she said she had an argument.
Right. You didn't write it down at the time. That was a bad question on my part. You weren't taking notes as she was speaking.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, it's kind of for every call, we jot down notes on a notepad, just so, when we give the staff a report, we can read off it.
Do you have those notes?
I don't.
Okay. Do you think you took notes or no?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I could have been typing them on the computer. That's what we typed the report on at the time.
Do you have an independent recollection of taking notes, either handwritten or on a computer as you sit here right now?
I couldn't tell you if I did one or the other. Sometimes I write on the computer, sometimes I don't.
Or you might not have written anything down, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in any event, you weren't taking down, even if you were taking notes, you weren't taking down verbatim quotes of what she was saying. You were paraphrasing the information that was coming to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You had previously said or testified that the last time let me rephrase that just a little bit. You previously indicated in recounting what it was that Ms. Reed actually said to you was something along the lines of she was upset because her last words to him were because of her last words to him being in anger.
I'm going to allow the question.
Is that correct?
Well, I probably phrased it a little wrongly. The last words, it was the last conversation.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question is a simple one. In a previous hearing, did you use the phrase "her last words to him"?
Yes,
were in anger?
I did.
And that was at a hearing where you were under oath, just like you are now, correct?
Correct.
That was a little closer in time than we are now. It was maybe a year ago, correct?
Correct.
Actually, my mistake. It was about 2.5 years ago. It was a grand jury, correct?
Grand jury, yes.
Okay. And the phrase that you used was, and I want to concentrate on that for just a quick second, Firefighter Becker.
Sure.
The phrase that you used at that time was that she said, quote, like her last words to him. She was upset about her, quote, last words to him. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar, please?
I object.
I hate that guy.
Why does he always object when they bring up their past testimony?
Because it's shitty.
Because it's detrimental to his case.
A half
May I
day?
continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were recounting the conversation that Ms. Reed indicated that she was upset about, you also indicated, in addition to using the phrase her last words to him, you also said that it was earlier in the night, correct? They had an argument earlier in the night.
I don't recall.
Oh, God.
This guy actually sounds like he's being honest, though, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yeah. His sounds more natural, like, I don't know, I don't remember, this wasn't my case. Whereas, firefighter was like, he besmirched Perry's name.
You're right.
If you don't mind, take a look at the top paragraph, very, very small print. Let me know when you've refreshed your recollection.
Yes.
Apparently, there will be a bombshell ARCA hearing. That's in Doink the Clown's headline.
Yes.
On Monday?
When you wrote your report, you had indicated that when she was describing the argument that you testified to on direct, it was about an argument that was, quote, earlier in the night.
Earlier in the night, correct.
Okay. And then you recounted that statement, that same statement in the grand jury later on as at least including, quote, her last words. Is that right?
Her last words.
You were talking about an argument that they had, and then she was upset, and you were paraphrasing her. And one of the things that you paraphrased was, in fact, your statement was she was upset that was like her last words to him, correct?
She said that.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Were you also made aware, did she tell you that her last words to him were in voicemails? Did she say that?
She didn't give any details.
Did you ask her, what were your last words to him?
I did not.
Did she ever say whether or not she believed he ever received her last words to him?
There's no other details. And
Say that
there was no
again?
other details other than what she said.
Okay. But she did, when she was having this conversation with you about her last words to him, she did actually take out her phone and show you a bunch of missed calls to him at the same time, didn't she?
She tried to, yes.
Okay. In your mind, did you put two and two together that what she was actually talking about were the missed calls and her being upset about her last words to him, being very angry on those missed calls, those voicemails? Did you put those two things together?
I did.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Hey, Mr. Brennan.
So when Ms. Reed told you that she was sad because her last conversation, or her last thing that she had said to him was an argument, did she ever suggest that was in a voicemail?
Objection.
Did she ever suggest it was in a voicemail?
She did not.
Did she ever suggest that she didn't actually speak to him, but instead it was some type of message?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Did she ever suggest that?
She did not.
In fact, you wrote a report saying that there was an argument earlier in the night, didn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You then were interviewed, weren't you? Were you
Yes.
interviewed on February 14th, 2022?
Yes.
And you referred to the fact that she told you there was an argument earlier in the night?
Argument earlier in the night.
And she was telling you this when you were speaking to her that morning?
Correct. Around 6 a.m. Yes.
And earlier in the night, do you know if she was referring to 12:30
I did not know.
Or 12:15?
No,
Or midnight?
I didn't know the time.
His answer is he doesn't know.
You testified in the grand jury, and Attorney Jackson just asked you some questions about part of the statement you made to the grand jury when he said, like her last words. Would you like to put that in context of the whole statement you made? Do you remember
her last words?
Do you remember the entire statement that you made in the grand jury about the statement that was made to you?
I'd have to.
May I approach?
Yes.
Page 81, line 1 through 4. Please read it yourself.
Yes, sir.
1 through 4, please.
Yes.
Now, when you made that statement you were asked about in the grand jury, you didn't just say, like her last words, did you?
No.
You explained your memory to the grand jury?
Objection.
Ask him what he told you.
The grand jury, do you know it was on April 21st, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell the grand jury? So
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a second, please.
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell the grand jury? So
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
That includes last words. But there's more to the statement, isn't there?
She was upset.
I'd like you to read
Oh,
your
sorry.
entire
Sure.
statement, 1 through 5.
You can't read testimony.
So she was also she was upset also because she said they had, the last time they had talked, she had gotten into an argument. So she was upset that was like her last words to him.
And so when you were speaking about her last words to him, were you referring to the argument?
Correct.
You testified again regarding this issue, didn't you, in May 3rd, 2024?
Correct.
And at that point, did you think or believe that the conversation she was relating to you was about a voicemail?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did you use the word again on May 3rd, 2024, argument?
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
I used argument.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can I ask you to read your prior statement on page 10, lines 9 through 13?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar again and bring these documents, please. Bring all of it.
He can't just read the testimony. That's not how you're allowed to do that.
We don't need a
Brennan.
trial. They can just turn it over to the jury, and they can go back and read it themselves and do the trial.
Right.
They are there to assess the credibility. And we're live. See, everyone's complaining that we talk too much, but we caught up. Yachts. Paulo Balls. He's a bald guy who likes to manspread.
Is that Carrie,
Paulo
or does she just have similar eyebrows?
He has a mom who is really disappointed. Paulo Balls. He had to have his.
He does kind of look like he's sitting outside of the principal's office, getting ready to, be called in.
Oh, he's getting a text. He's getting a text. No, that wasn't a text. He's eating a mint because he's gonna go online and say, "Hey, honey bunny, when I stuffed that loxygen in my mouth, I
think that's a
was
Zen.
thinking about glazed donuts."
I think that was a tobacco product, a nicotine product.
I was a big, round, white.
Was it?
Looked like. I don't know.
Looked
I
like
don't
a
know what you weird
nicotine
Yanks
zip.
have.
It is.
Paulo Balls, the man who goes online and tries to hook up on trial. Paulo Balls tried to get a little frisky online while talking about
Okay,
his dead brother.
so have we noticed him pulling on his ear or, wiping his brow, doing one of these things?
They haven't focused so much on him this time, and he doesn't look as mean-mocked as he did the last time.
Yeah, occasionally.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sir, when you wrote the report of your notes to put in your report, do you remember the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her actually saying the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her ever saying any word about voice messages?
I did not.
You said that there was somebody in the front seat of the car with the defendant,
It was.
and you later learned from the defendant it was a person by the name of Kerry Roberts.
Correct.
Can you share with us the context? How did you learn that?
My partner was a
The
good friend
defendant
with her.
and my partner, firefighter Whitley, had a conversation.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
That's hearsay.
The defendant
she's party
brought up
opponent.
how if her
Whitley's
husband had died at the time, she didn't know how she was going to take care of his kids.
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
And
Of course you are, Bev.
firefighter Whitley mentioned that she had like a strong support system. You know, all the friends are on Canton, and
Objection. Angry approach.
Yes.
Yeah, this is really. He can say yes. I heard them talk about blah blah. And she said, but now he's going into and Whitley talked about having a strong support. Yeah. I take heavy ADHD medicine. I still can't stay awake through this. Thank you, Sumo. I don't do anything, and I actually was thinking about maybe going off screen and just turn off my microphone and hope
Screaming
that,
at the top of your lungs.
No, but just hope that I would wake up again before the new witness came on. Because oh my god, that doctor was boring.
I've had 2 Monster Energy rehabs, and I'm on my second can of Mountain Dew for the day already. Whew.
I'm just glad
Good
that we
Lord.
didn't start the day with a drink.
I know. I'm gonna ask expert where he gets his pixie sticks because I'm gonna need something to stay awake from.
I can almost guarantee you it's Costco. He loves Costco. He gets everything at Costco.
Oh, I'm more of a Sam's Club gal. Damn.
Thank you, Krista, for the contribution to the swear jar. And who's the blonde smoke? Is that Wendy? I love her. Sadly, it's not Wendy. I know you love her. The blonde is Gretchen Voss, reporter, the one who did the interviews that he's been playing clips from. But
Is he talking about her or the silicon Barbie back there?
He's talking about Gretchen Voss.
On the very left-hand side of the screen right now?
Well, she's pretty.
No, right there. If you look where I'm pointing, it would maybe
I see it.
help you understand.
But how do you know? How do you know that's where he's
Because
pointing?
I know he knows Estrie. That's not the one. He's talking about this lady over here because he started talking about her when she walked in. And I know my Brandon. He's more of a bikini, Swedish bikini team type of guy.
You're saying Estrie? What's her name? What's the other chick's name?
Esty? No, I think I'm
Esty.
wrong. I am always wrong.
Esty. I call her Estrie all the time, but Esty. Is the blonde chick Wendy? I could clean up some white powder off her back and make a similar deposit if I were single. Why would you deposit white powder on her back? That's weird. Is it something you do in Americas?
Maybe in my early 20s. I don't know.
Brennan's getting so old, he's shooting dust.
Shooting dust.
Well, apparently Gretchen Voss is not the greatest person in the world. Katie, I'm not as old as Brandon, so maybe it's something that has to do with age. What is a Swedish bikini? Google it.
That'd be amazing.
That would be awesome sauce.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah, well, we could go to records then and say hi to Brendan because he wouldn't be in chat that day.
He sure wouldn't. He wouldn't be here.
When you spoke to the defendant and she shared with you,
I like that type of gal.
I'll be back.
that her last words with her husband were an argument. Why didn't you ask for more detail about that?
I didn't feel it was at the time we went about the call as that we didn't think we would be witnesses in a murder trial. We were there to support Karen and ultimately get her to the hospital safely.
And you were asked about trauma, and you said that you observed that the person may be in trauma, Ms. Reed.
A traumatic event,
Traumatic event.
Right.
Do you have any idea what caused that traumatic event?
I did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything?
Very briefly, you indicated that you were asked on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan whether earlier in the night could have been 12 or 12:15 a.m., correct?
That's what he asked, yes.
And earlier in the night could have been 6 o'clock p.m.
Early in the night, yeah, correct.
Could have been 5 o'clock p.m.
Could have been.
Could have been 7 o'clock p.m.
Sure.
Okay. You were also asked whether or not Ms. Reed actually specifically mentioned voicemails when she talked about those last words. And you said she didn't.
No, I would say Mr. Cantoni yesterday was also an honest witness.
That I remember, correct.
But she did show you her phone.
She tried to.
And she did show you a bunch of missed calls to John O'Keefe, correct?
I wasn't going to look through her phone. I don't know who she called.
Thank you. That's all.
When she said about the argument, she said those were the last words, the argument, right?
That's correct.
Sustained. All right. Jurors disregard that last statement. All right, you are all set.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Is this a good place to stop for the day?
If the court pleases, yes.
Jurors, we could do 6 minutes, but I think this is probably a good place to stop.
6 minutes, that's a lifetime. If you bring on that...
As I understand it, folks, we're on schedule, right where we thought we would be. We're going to release you for today. Now, when I told you this morning, and I've told you other times too, that when you're out in that room waiting for us, we're in here getting work done to make things more efficient for the trial, especially a trial this long. We've decided that we're going to spend Monday afternoon again trying to streamline this trial and deal with issues that we have to deal with. So Monday for you will be a half a day. All right, so I just wanted to tell you that before you left today. Please, again, those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it, let us know. And I guess the 4th caution is the same as I've been saying. Please be very careful with your social media. All right, have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday morning.
All rise for the court, please.
And I'd like to see counsel at sidebar, please.
Why does she say half so weird? She always says half. It'll be a
Because
half
she's from
day.
Boston.
My dad was from New Hampshire. I'm used to, I seen and I saw or I dear, but I'm not used to half.
Well, I'm not an accent kind of person, so I don't like it when people have an accent. It sounds weird to my ears. So, are we coming back or are we going? So it's half day Monday. Or what did she say? But aren't we doing the what? Yeah.
Yes, I thought that was.
So it's going to be a half day, and then they're going to do what? Yeah, in the afternoon. Do we have an ARCA guide today? Nope. I don't think so. I think it's Monday. OJP outside the jury's presence. Oh, that's a cool. Oh.
Ooh.
Are we doing a Wadi? The journals are packing up, so I don't think so. And it's how many o'clock?
It's nearly
1 o'clock?
1 here.
Yeah. They'll need a full day for archive. Well, she just said that it was half a day, right?
That's all she's given. That's all Bev's accounted for ARCA. Again, she wouldn't give the defense what she clearly needed to address, other than all of the emails, the text messages, all that. But she basically said it would kind of be an open voir dire because I guess Brennan has more issues or wants to fully
Yeah, he wants to get into the testing. And as I read it, she kind of is going to get in trouble with what she's asking for, because that'll be interfering with the gag order from the feds. As I read that, all and any communications and again, Meatball Mary's office has a 30-day delete on their any text messages, but in this case, it's demanded that they should have everything. Yeah. I don't know where we're going with this.
I will say that I think it was good for the defense to bring out that Karen did try to show the phone.
I need a recap. They went on a trip. We had the most boring guy in the universe, and we had the only good EMT say, yeah, she was distraught, and she tried to show me the phone, but I wouldn't let her because that would be in violation. And she might have said that she had a fight with John. And again, in a very emotional state. So if it was at 5 a.m. or at 5 p.m., we don't know. That's the recap of the day. Our recap videos tomorrow, Mo, will be, hey.
Well,
so
I'm hoping
we talked a lot about Brandon and his proclivity for picking up blood lizards. And there was a trial at some point.
Well, I'm hoping I'll be able to find my wheel, my spinning wheel, so we can have a wheel of how it's not a lie. So why our testimony changed for next week, we will have a wheel of, we can spin it to figure out what the Commonwealth is going to say. They didn't hear the question. It was unintentional, technical lying. It was, someone else.
No one told me a lie was a lie. There's a lot of lying. That's okay.
Second language. It's Canton, y'all. And then hopefully I'll have the sock puppets ready by next week.
When I have blood work done, I have to point out that I'm an African American because that changes my result. Yeah, that's again, there's a lot of things. And her MS, apparently there's a study from New South Wales, which is in Ohio, that says that people with MS can have faulty readings because of that. But he claims that he didn't see it and he never heard because there was a Dutch study on 2 babies. He was so boring, so I was thinking, is it lengthways or across? Sandra works more full days than Bev. Well, she did work.
She's kind of on a Spanish
she worked
schedule.
2 full days this week. That's a lot.
2 full days in a week? That is a lot for Bev. She maxes out at 3.
Yeah.
It's a hard life.
I bet Hank eats corn the long way.
Well, no time like the present. Mo, do you need to go get a beverage, or are you on mom duty today?
Well, I'm on mom duty, so I'll stay with my pop, but you guys can have booze.
I'm gonna pop and lock as well.
Ooh, bend and snap.
Bend and snap. Bend and snap.
Well, I'm from the streets, yo. We pause.
That's a whole lot easier when the beer's not freezing cold. Like a whole lot easier.
Yeah, and I love that while we're drinking, is I need to make a hole in one. So if we're doing this, hold on a second. 5 seconds.
Too late.
Yeah,
Too late.
It doesn't take us 5 seconds. That's
It's already over, bud.
Yeah, I'm happy. Mo is slightly disappointed, but hey, it's done.
Well, you know.
What's happening now in court? There's a sidebar, and we don't know if she's going to come back and say something. That's why we're just hanging out. Habsburg Jaw has put his computer away, so I don't think there will be a Wadia today.
It sticks out farther than his sloping forehead. How does that happen?
Well, his mother was from the northern Germany, and his father was a Neanderthaler.
His face kind of reminds me of an orangutan.
He has a very pronounced brow bone, and his chin goes out.
It's a very strong chin, yes, and he's probably a really, really great guy. He's sitting there at the picnic table, and we're making fun of him. I can't wait for the comments. Stop making fun of people, but we're really bored.
Yeah. In our defense, we were left alone.
I found his fraternity pledge pictures.
But I can't take that.
Can't you just push the
no,
remove
because I have
and
to
then
take
add?
the other one down before I can take this one up.
I think all you got to do is push the remove and the add, man. That's all you got to do. See how easy that was? It was easy. Whole lot of crying over nothing. 2 button pushes. That's all I asked. 2 button pushes. And Mo laughed, so it was clearly okay.
I hate it when dad and dad fight. This is the worst recreation of my 2 dads, or in other words, my mom was a hoe. That was the worst show in 90s. But my 2
I'm
dads.
not sure we had that on our cable. My 2 dads.
I didn't read M Spire's last super chat. Oh, and it's not starred. Well, the last super chat said, I would not want to be stuck in an elevator with this dude talking about the doctor, I believe, is when that came through. The good doctor. And I don't blame you.
No, because he's going to try to take the ring away and not let it get destroyed in Mount Doom. He's going to be like, it's mine. It's mine.
Hopefully that was the right one. That was the last one I got.
How can this go so slow?
It's Bev's court.
I said it's great to be a Tennessee Vol. I said it's great to be a Tennessee Vol.
I have multiple channels. We just used to have one channel that was taxpayer funded and had a monopoly. Then we got another channel that had ads. Oh, they had good ads back in the day. If you want to see a good ad, Google Jolly Cola and Tina Care. That was a good ad. Oh, two good ads. We had a lot of her
Jolly
posters
Cola
when I was
like
deployed.
Jolt Cola?
No, Jolly, like being jolly.
How much booze is in that cola?
I did read this one.
I do remember that.
Yeah. It's like when he's coming in here and saying, Jamie took away all my membership ads. It's because he's so drunk he forgets that I read his text.
It happens.
All right, we'll see you Monday.
And I also read this one.
All right.
I'm trying. Well, Monday. Ooh. Monday will then be a full day, but half a day because we are getting the ARCA maybe, potentially.
Yeah.
And that's going to be interesting to see if Brennan finally gets them kicked out because they didn't wipe their feet back in kindergarten before they went into the bouncy room. And he has...
Your shoes go in the cubby. Put your shoes in the cubby.
Yeah, and one of them at his grandma's house took the last piece of cake instead of being a gentleman and said, "No, Granny, save it for later." So they can't testify in this case. I imagine that's how he's going to argue Monday, that they shouldn't be allowed in because it's really annoying. And I really want to do this timeline thing where I messed up, and I now want to claim that she got hit with the back spoiler of the car.
Yeah, I don't, unless that was a misdirect, like someone said in chat, that, you know, you purposely point out something that's irrelevant, but you allude that it's important, so they're not focusing on anything. But I don't think Brennan's that smart.
No, I think he actually, they're going for a totally new defense, that the injuries to the back of his head wasn't from the hard ground. It must have been from the car, because at the last trial, we had the 360 pirouette bumpy bump. But again, we know from the Murdoch trial that you can just sit in a room and toss your phone around, and it proves that it will measure being tossed out of a window of a driving car. Why isn't it the same when this guy is hit by a car, stands around for 7 seconds, and then figures out, "Oh, fuck, I got hit by a car," falls over and dies? Wouldn't the phone show an extreme acceleration? I don't know. Where's my phone? I'm not going to do it. If I chuck my phone into the wall and I went back and find the accelerometer, I would probably be able to see that it moved really fast right before it stopped moving.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, you would think. And also, how is the phone going to have the same arc and trajectory as a body when they are different sizes, different things act upon them, different forces? How did he get near the flagpole?
Well,
because he was sideswiped. But again, then your argument, if you're trying to imply that the rear fender had something to do with it, the rear spoiler, not the rear, because the fender would also be we call them cow catchers in Denmark. The rear bumper would be a problem, because you're claiming that he only got hit in the arm. It's only the arm that hit him. That's the entire first trial. Now pay special attention to the spoiler on the car. There's no evidence been provided during the last 3 years that has anything to do with the spoiler.
Nothing. This is my whole problem with this, right? Like, if you're the state and you have to prove your case, you should at least know what your case is before the 3-year mark, right? Like, you shouldn't be adding new bullshit details to try to buffer your theory or change your theory. It's all ridiculous. All ridiculous.
If Mo tells what mic is and what that mic is, and I got one from Val and Baker, will you both stream with it for at least one trial day, or do you hate your chat?
Is it a better mic?
Mine's a quadcast. But I basically got it because it lights up. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I was gifted this by K Square, so I'll stick with that. And
if it's better mic, sure, I'll use it. Why not?
But can you turn it into full epilepsy mode?
Flashes.
I think you can. I'm just, look, like, you guys, it light up, and it had pretty colors. This is how I buy my tech stuff, which is why my husband says I can't buy any more tech stuff by myself.
Your tech sucks, but it's pretty.
I was like, but it sparkles and it lights up. And he's like, well, what are the parameters? I was like, I don't know. It lights up. I figured it's a computer mic. It'll computerate itself.
You should be a Twitch streamer instead. It has neon. Yep. Does it work? Neon. Yeah,
You guys, I can't even play Tetris. Can you imagine? Oh, crap, Speckle. Okay, which button am I supposed to push?
Trust me, if there's two other buttons you need to be a Twitch streamer, and it has nothing to do with Tetris.
The Kelly Blue Book value on those has still been through 6 children, so I don't know at the 100K mile.
Just get the good brow on and sit there with the good angle as well, where you maybe see the bottom of your jaw, but your full cleavage, and then you say, "Oh yeah, I hate these women who's just out here being hoes in those streets." That's how you do it.
Ooh,
But
okay, I'll turn off my lights. No, that's for it.
I think that's about it. And there
we go.
I haven't planned anything for tomorrow. I might do a little bit later than the normal stab day because I kind of feel like I'm not in the mood for a stab day, but I think I'm doing an unboxing and trying to see if I can get James. Maybe it's some stab day unboxing. I don't know. I'm sending the links out to some people. That'll be tomorrow. I'll figure out what time I want to do it. Val will be doing his. He will tell you about that time in Dutchland with the MDMA and this lighting.
I'm just trying to figure out how Brian Albert slept through all this. Doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
I'm almost having a seizure now. Y'all, I'm Valhalla. Come check me out. Goat Farmer, East Tennessee. We've got 24/7 baby goat cam going right now. Tonight, I'll be on the FNL stream over on the Experts channel. And tomorrow, we've got Rosalind Duke coming on for Lego. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Come check me out.
And howdy, you guys. Mo from Mo in the Deep End. I do mornings with Mo every weekday from 8 to about 9. You know, the news you never knew you always needed, headlines, true crime, and the absurd. And tomorrow, after 2 weeks away, we do have Legal Shenanigans Theater coming back with Driving Miss Crazy, the secret lover from the Linda Sturmer trial. If you like Mystery Science Theater and true crime, it's like they had a baby and no one talks about the child, but it's a good kid. You'll like it. You're muted.
I always mute so that me making noise in the background doesn't annoy you while you're pimping your rides. But I will maybe be joining Val on The Expert. The Expert who I texted, hey, set your stream up so I can send people over there. But it's The Expert. He will have it ready 2 minutes after it's supposed to start. So go check him out. The Expert on YouTube. The best Friday night live show on Fridays, live on the YouTubes. And come back when next week. And just because Dr. Smeagol 2.0 was here today, don't go away all the 200 viewers that just left. I blame him and not our poor quality.
Get cut and dry. Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right? Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?